Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. Uh, Welcome to the third edition of our Slovak conference, Emerging Space 2021 this time. Unfortunately, online due to the current situation, but we are very excited that even in this online edition, it attracted this amazing attention of more than 400 registered people, which we are really excited about. So, welcome to our conference, which is focused on what is exactly emerging in the space sector. It is already traditionally focused on three main thematic pillars, for which we will have an amazing set of keynotes and panelists discussing new topics and exciting ideas. The first session is dedicated traditionally to emerging spacefaring countries, countries which are newer or smaller in their space sector, and they are, even though dynamically growing and trying to penetrate the international ecosystem. The second session and the second thematic pillar, which emerging space is focused on, is emerging space players, the newer or less traditional players, such as startups, such as commercially driven companies, and also the VC community and private capital, private investors. And last but not least, our third main pillar, third main thematic focus being the emerging space domains, a visionary and maybe sometimes bold area to discuss, but an important topic which moves us forward in our focus on emerging topics in space economy, space exploration, and other areas of space. So, first of all, before we jump into our opening keynotes, I would like to give you the greeting of our General Director, Mr. Robert Chimoncic, the General Director of Slovak Investment and Trade Development Agency.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Slovak Investment and Trade Development Agency, I would like to welcome you to the third edition of our main annual Space Industry Conference focused on what and who is emerging in space sector. It has already become a good tradition that the program of this event is built on three themes: emerging spacefaring countries, emerging space domains and markets, and emerging space players such as startups and VCs. We believe that this combination will again bring a fresh set of topics to global space industry discussion, and that our brilliant keynotes and panelists will give impulse to insightful and inspiring discussions. I would like to use this opportunity to sincerely thank all of them for joining us and contributing to this great conference. I would also like to use this opportunity to thank our partners from the Ministry of Education, with whom we have launched the Joint Space Office project earlier this year. This joint project follows up on a systematic work at SARIO that has been going on in this sector, space sector, for already 3 years. The positive results and dynamic growth of the sector have shown that this work has been very successful. Now, within the Slovak Space Office project, we have even better tools and possibilities to fully utilize the potential of the Slovak space ecosystem and help its further growth as a vital part of the international space community. I truly do hope that we will be able to hold the fourth edition of the Emerging Space again in person next year, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all in Bratislava on this occasion. I wish you all a nice day and good luck.
And now it's time to take a brief look on what is awaiting us today. So take a look at the program for a glance. So we will kick off our third edition of Emerging Space with two opening messages from Josef Aschbacher, the Director General of European Space Agency, and Simonetta Di Pippo, Director of UNOSA. This will be followed by our first panel and first session, thematic session focused on emerging space countries, which will be moderated by me, Michal Brichta, head of the Slovak Space Office Industry Branch here at SARIO. And it will be keynoted by Jean-Jacques Tortora, Director of European Space Policy Institute. And the panel itself will feature a very nice variety of guests from various regional areas. First of all, Ms. Angelina Bekasova from Latvia, Chris Leck from Singapore, Deganit Pajkovsky from Israel, and also International Astronautical Federation, and William Rickard from PwC. This will be then followed by the second session, the Emerging Space Players, which will follow after the lunch break in the afternoon. And the session will be moderated by my colleague, Lenka Tkačova, Clay Mori, the new incoming president of International Astronautical Federation, and the panel will feature Michal Čonga and Jakub Lajmon from Slovakia, representing VC community and also startup community. Hans Brackeny, who is leading the SME for Space major, European Space SME Association, and we also have representative from EURISI, the major European space NGO. And we are now moving to our third session, the emerging space domains, which will follow after a short break then. And this will be moderated by my another colleague, Daniel Shagat, who is leading the international collaboration at our industry branch of Space Office. And the session will be keynoted by Olivier Lemaitre, leading the ASD Eurospace, and it will feature three representatives from Slovak space industry, namely Mr. Matúš Bakoň, Jakub Kapuš, and Juraj Zamečník. We will also have Kai Isan, experience the area of startups from Estonia, and last but not least, Rafael Rodkin, a space investor and podcast host. This is not all, of course. We will have also closing session. I will have the pleasure of moderating a final closing discussion featuring Geraldine Naja from the European Space Agency and Justina Redorkiewicz. So it's a very, very interesting and full program. So now it's really time to jump right into it and start with the messages delivered by our guests of honor.
Dear participants to the Emerging Space 2021 opening, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of Emerging Space 2021 for their kind invitation to this third edition of this Slovak Space Tech Day that I'm delighted to officially open as ESA Director General. I very much look forward to meeting in person all those involved in the national space effort in Bratislava on a next occasion. I seize this opportunity to acknowledge the significant financial effort made by national authorities to fund the extension of the European Cooperating State Agreement with a view to secure a timely transition to associate membership. Recent governance changes, such as the creation of a space office in Slovakia, have also supported the effort to stimulate customer, industry, academia collaboration and broaden the industrial base. These efforts testify to the sustained commitment of the Slovakian government and the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport to fund the further development of national space capabilities based on a niche approach to innovation and in close cooperation with the European Space Agency. The active involvement of the delegation to ESA, namely Ms. Jana Rovna-Nova and Ms. Iveta Rusinova, as well as Mr. Michal Brichta from SARIO, are instrumental in this process. My warmest thanks to you and to all stakeholders contributing to the space endeavor. Joining forces in Europe in an inclusive manner is key to make space for everyone, enhancing the competitiveness of the European industry, reinforcing the robustness of the supply chain, and making sure that mid-caps, SMEs and startups are included together with the large system integrators in the space ecosystem is a key objective for ESA. I'm also committed to promote a more equitable distribution of space projects between all EU and ESA member states and a balanced growth of the space ecosystem, both of the upstream and downstream segments, to respond to global challenges. It is a shared responsibility, and ESA is playing its full part in this continued effort. Securing Europe's independent access to space, fostering technological developments and innovative use of space data, services and applications also benefit the safety and security area and contribute to both the resilience and the strategic autonomy of Europe. This conference is very timely and it addresses key issues which match very well the priorities I set to the ESA in March, summarized in what is known as Agenda 2025. Europe has the best Earth observation constellation with Copernicus and the most accurate navigation system with Galileo. This was possible by a strong cooperation between the European Union and the European Space Agency. It is only by acting collectively that we will be able to develop an ambitious space agenda for Europe. It is also a matter of urgency to address together the transition towards a green and digital economy and to take advantage of related opportunities. The challenge is to translate the targets of the Paris Agreement into an unprecedented societal, economic and industrial transformation. The agency takes an active role in this transformation. We promote and foster use of cloud computing, AI, and tomorrow quantum technologies. Let me mention studies we carry out on quantum key distribution satellites, the first satellite bearing an AI chip, or our common endeavor with the Commission on the digital twin Earth. The European Green Deal and digital agenda, as well as similar national policies of ESA member, associate and cooperating states, can ideally be served by competitive and innovative commercial space companies, transforming big data and connectivity into smart information products, knowledge and commercial services. Slovakian companies are quite successful in this renewed space business. To boost commercialization in the European space sector, ESA and its partner need to evolve, focusing on three key ingredients: talent, access to capital, and fast innovation. Europe, to begin with Slovakia, is not short of talents. Let me simply quote Astros Solutions, CTRL, or INSAR. The second element, access to capital, requires efforts in two dimensions: creating sufficient public demand and ensuring easy access to capital from investors. ESA will continue to support public demand through its own programs. ESA is strongly committed to offering its technical expertise and knowledge, including in particular to new space actors in the frame of ESA's business incubation centers and, among others, under the Space Entrepreneurship Initiative Cassini, launched by the EC in cooperation with the European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund. And it is ready to strengthen its role as a user and first buyer or anchor customer on behalf of its member states and the EU. To speed up innovation, ESA will create an integrated and agile framework for innovation. The time it takes for an idea to translate into a new product or service will be drastically reduced. ESA will ambitiously update its overall procurement approach and technology strategy to serve commercialization and innovation targets. By the end of 2022, the average time to contract will be reduced significantly for contracts below 1 million. ESA will shift the implementation focus of its technology strategy to achieve 30% faster development and adoption of innovative technologies. Over 10 years of cooperation with ESA and building on its past heritage, Slovakia achieved a lot and can be proud of its accomplishments. Almost 100 companies are now registered in the ESA STAR system. Half of those submitting PECs proposals are successful. This is much above the benchmark. In total, we have had around 125 proposals from 6 open calls and a few top-down activities. 35 of these have come from the extension in the last 9 months. This has led to nearly 60 contracts with Slovakian entities. A 7th call is now in preparation for early next year. The key technologies include space hardware and mechanisms, such as optical encoders, robotics and sun sensors, use of Earth observation satellite data for habitat monitoring, forestry, land deformation and gravity field modeling, LEO object cataloging and tracking, ionosphere monitoring and modeling, meteorite analysis, X-ray astronomy, biotechnology and life support systems. The key technology areas that emerged to the GSDP, PRODEX, EOEP and S2B programs of ESA. This is not changed with the PECs extension. However, there is additional commitments in exploration with focus on biotechnology and life support systems, and I'm truly convinced that the Slovakian potential is much higher. The key aspects on which Slovakia needs to focus moving forward are increase the DRL, getting products qualified and used by customers, encourage customer industry academia collaboration, continue to increase the industrial base of companies, furthering the international cooperation. A reinforced and enlarged cooperation at the regional level indeed would significantly help. Finding partners and customers in ESA, member and associate states is therefore key, and while good progress is being made on the PECs, more still needs to be done in this area. But again, I would like to congratulate Slovakia for their impressive trajectory in space. Europe has the expertise, know-how and competitive industrial capacity. What we need now is a common European space vision and to step up European ambitions. Delegations will be consulted on that subject over the next months, starting with the intermediate ministerial meeting to be held in Portugal, and I look forward to the next stages and will remain at your side at every step of this way. Thank you very much for your attention.
I would like to thank Mr. Josef Aschbacher, the General Director of European Space Agency, for his takes on the main themes of our conference, and also for a nice view on the Slovak context and the kind words. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite you all to watch the message from Ms. Simonetta Di Pippo, Director of UNOSA.
Good morning, dear participants. I'm thrilled to be with you, even if remotely, in this Emerging Space 2021 event. Thank you to the organizers for extending the invitation. I'm always excited to take part in novel avenues. I welcome the effort of the Slovak Space Office to advance discussion on a topic that is very close to my heart and to the work and mandate of the Office for Outer Space Affairs. Recent developments in the space sector are painting the canvas of future efforts. There is much to look forward to. Today, the devotion of financial, human, as well as political capital to space activities is unprecedented. In 2010, the list of countries with at least one satellite launched stood at 50. Now, we are approaching 90. In this context, allow me to congratulate Slovakia for becoming part of this club in 2017 and commend your efforts. I have followed the news of your second satellite closely. CubeSat work is of great interest. This and other steps you have taken represent the hope and vision of a thriving space sector in Slovakia for coming years. And I'm excited to see you working with the European Space Agency to enable even more development opportunities. In today's world, investments in the space industry are essential. Satellites of all different sizes pose transformative power, climate action, sustainable socio-economic development, disaster risk reduction, space assets find use across many fields. In several UN member states, space activities underpin as much as 50% space activities. Some expect the space economy to multiply several-fold in the next 20 to 30 years. On the verge of a new era, we must focus on established and new actors alike. Exchanging on emerging space is central to the discussions on space affairs from a variety of standpoints. Three streams are especially important. First, how do we get more nations involved in space operations? Despite the great progress, over 100 countries have never seen a satellite in space. But we must ensure these transformative tools and technologies are accessible to everyone, everywhere. However, entry-level technologies and know-how are difficult to develop. This is where the role of capacity building comes strong. At the Office for Outer Space Affairs, we strive to create a more inclusive and diverse space ecosystem. Through our activities, we bring space closer to all member states of the United Nations. Access to Space for All initiative, among other capacity-building efforts, is an apt example of multilateral forces at the UN working for the benefit of society. Through triangular cooperation, we open access to state-of-the-art facilities and technologies, helping nations in their initial steps in the space industry. The stories of Kenya, Guatemala, and Mauritius, with their first ever satellite launched under the auspices of the UN, underscore the legacy of our work. Having one satellite in space, however, is just the beginning. The second stream of emerging space is scaling up. How do we ensure that the benefit of having hardware in space extrapolates to other activities across industries and sectors in the countries? The real power of technology is not in owning it, but in knowing what it can do, how we make the best use of it, and what implications it can have down the road. Thriving space economies require knowledge, skills, an educated workforce, and thoughtful planning of the future steps. All these profound themes are addressed here at UNUSA. Through Space for Youth and Space for Women, we give voice to future generations. We also empower women and girls to succeed in the sector and be part of the solutions we collectively create. With the Space Economy Project, we provide a roadmap to build strong space economies that deliver tangible socio-economic benefits. And with UN Spider, Space for Climate Action, and other efforts, we ensure that the downstream solutions are broadly adopted, replicated, and perfected according to the local needs. Lastly, what comes with broadening access to space is responsibility. We cherish that the space industry is booming, innovation growth, increasing diversity of stakeholders. These are all great news for the sector, spreading space benefits. The rapid pace of development, however, has its pitfalls. Uncontrolled space debris proliferation, legal uncertainties, even rendering orbits unusable. These are all risks on the table. We are launching an unprecedented number of objects to space, with 2021 already a record year with over 1 month to go. Currently, there are more than 4,000 satellites in orbit, but tens of satellites are planned or filed for the coming years and decades. Compliance with the current legal frameworks is of a paramount importance. The equation is simple. Increasing the orbital density has its limits. For the space industry to develop sustainably, what goes up must come down in an appropriate manner. The responsibility today by all actors, established and emerging alike, is the precondition for prosperity tomorrow. We have the blueprint with the space debris mitigation guidelines, the long-term sustainability guidelines, and the treaties and principles developed at the beginning of the space era. But action must follow. Through the Space Sustainability Project, as well as through our outreach and awareness-raising activities, UNUSA promotes responsible space operations and fosters efforts in this context. We assign great importance to play by the book in and out of our projects, and we remain fully committed to building a shareholder rather than a stakeholder economy, an industry where due regard is paid to the long-term implications of actions, not only to the prospect of gains. International cooperation is key in this context. With the UN at the center of multilateral space affairs for decades, we have gotten far. And as much remains to be done, we stand ready to support the implementation of current frameworks and, as applicable, the development of new ones. Only together will we succeed in bringing new countries and actors to the sector, while maintaining the balance between gains and risks. I thank once again the organizers for extending the invitation and wish you all a successful and productive event. Thank you.
I would like to thank also Ms. Simonetta Di Pippo, Director of UNOSA, for these insightful remarks. And now we are getting to the last part of the opening session, which is again already a traditional part of the Emerging Space opening, and it is a short glimpse into what is new in Slovak space and what has been new over the past year since the last Emerging Space session. I have the honor to guide you through this few key points that we have been working on and that had happened over the year. And to start with, the definitely worth mentioning is the area of collaboration with the European Space Agency, which, as was already pointed out also by Mr. Aschbacher, here Slovakia took an important step last year by the governmental decision to step up our level of collaboration and aiming at the associated membership, which we hope to achieve and secure the next year. It was also the year when the sixth PEX call was held for Slovak entities within the ESA collaboration framework we currently have. And this PEX call had a historic number of projects proposed, which shows growing interest among the Slovak space ecosystem and companies in particular with a very successful rate of project evaluation. The second area definitely worth mentioning is the governance. This year, the Slovak Space Office was established as a joint project of the Ministry of Education, Research and Sport of Slovak Republic and Slovak News and Trade Development Agency. The Slovak Space Office consists of two parts, two branches, with the ministry being responsible for the political agenda and the industry part responsible for implementation, the sector development, and developing international collaborations. As for the industry and what has been new in the sector over the past year, we are happy to see the still growing interest of companies in the sector, with currently more than 40 companies directly involved in space economy, with strongest areas still being the Earth observation application, and from the upstream part, the satellite component development and manufacturing, but also seeing some new niche interesting areas such as ground systems or biotechnologies or even industrial production solutions. We also observed first investment projects linked to space industry, and what was highly encouraging also from the perspective of our today's emerging space discussion, and particularly discussion about the new space actors and the private capital. You could also see first private investments in space in Slovak startups. As for the research, which is well, stably strong and historically strong area in Slovakia, there has been several interesting points and topics raised over the past year. For example, the juice detector that the Slovak Academy of Sciences developed as a contribution to the well-known juice mission was integrated over the year. And also the aforementioned second Slovak CubeSat, GRV Alpha, which is focusing on detection of gamma ray bursts, successfully detected several gamma ray bursts, proving that even such a small satellite can do this kind of mission. As for the sector development, this has been very interesting time for the ecosystem in our country, mostly also thanks to the establishment of the Slovak Space Office. We've been able to further develop our activities in this area, organizing our first space hackathon, the Cassini hackathon within the European Cassini framework, which was held just a couple of weeks ago, and follow up on the good tradition on Slovak downstream space hackathon held a couple of years ago. This project is also followed up by another new project, the Slovak Space Incubator, which we organize in 3 cities around Slovakia together with our partners. And last but not least, there's been continuation in the successful spinning in activities and helping non-space technological companies to enter this interesting and potentially prosperous field for them. As for the international partnerships building, again, thanks to the creation of Slovak Space Office, this was area with a particular significant list of news. First of all, there were new partnerships in organizations such as EURISI and International Astronautical Federation. There was involvement since the recent IAC in Dubai in the initiative of CNES, the Space Climate Observatory, and continuous collaboration and matchmaking activities with European partners and also partners outside Europe, involving and including LSI and other companies, and establishing new contacts with other European and non-European partners. Last but not least, the international presence. This was highly interesting, mainly thanks to the World Expo, which was recently held in Dubai with a historic delegation of Slovak space ecosystem and many organized events, and also the International Astronautical Congress and its space-related activities in which the ecosystem of the Slovak space sector were involved, and several activities held by our space office included. There were also activities within the UN COPUOS and its side event that was linked particularly to the topic of emerging space countries, which we mention also a bit later. And also worthy of mentioning was the success of our astrobiologist, Ms. Michala Musilova, who was included in the top 50 space tech leaders list. So congratulate once again to this success. And that is from the news perspective all. So that means that we will be slowly moving to our first thematic session. At first, before we jump to introducing our speakers, I would like to mention the activities that we have been working on in the area of emerging spacefaring countries over the past few months. I already mentioned the session at the United Nations COPUOS, the side event, but this was followed up by one rather interesting activity which actually helped us to grasp some new interesting topics within the emerging spacefaring countries team. And we would like to share these few interesting findings, a data with you before we start the session, and maybe also to give some inspiration also to our speakers. So the session was held during the Global Best Practice Program within the main Expo 2020 Dubai Space Week program. And we organize it as an interactive discussion right there in Dubai with aim to get insight into what the representatives of space governance bodies from various countries, from various regions, think about particular points taking the emerging space countries, such as, for example, the very definition of what the emerging space country means, with the majority of answers being focused on the fact of being early stage in the space sector development, and also with the limited space sector size that needs some further development. Other questions were focused on such areas as where the main potential lies for the further growth of the space ecosystem in the countries. We were very surprised to see basically very broad consensus in this topic, that the source actually can be divided in variety and mainly three areas, such as the new companies and startups, the technology transfer area, but also attracting the non-space companies into the sector. And then the tough one, the challenges. So what are the main challenges for the space sector to further grow? What you are facing in your country? And there was again quite interesting data, as the lack of international awareness or lack of funding in many countries. Sometimes it's a lack of political interest, or the lack of entrepreneurial involvement. So you have maybe the skilled representatives, the skilled workforce, but you don't have those to organize it in a startup or an SME. And then, so what's the strategy of your country? What are the main goals when it comes to space sector development? Here, most of the responses were linked to the increase of number of companies, so the ecosystem can get more interconnected and can create more synergies, but also the increase of number of international partnerships, so the ecosystem can further grow and get engaged internationally into the global space value chain. So the tools area is very broad. So various countries are doing quite different set of measures and approaches to the space sector development. But what most of them can share is the activities to matchmake and interconnect the ecosystem, the funding area, and also supporting the technology transfer or uh, area of uh, interconnecting at the stakeholders within the internal ecosystem, within the national ecosystem. And one question, which is probably sort of an inspiration for our today's speakers and also for all watching us, all watching the Emerging Space 2021. So what are the collaboration opportunities? Where do you see main opportunities for collaboration between the emerging spacefaring nations, but also between the emerging spacefaring nations and the well-established bigger players in the sector? And this will be actually a question we'll be asking all of you through our Slido platform as well. So please use the hashtag emerging space at Slido platform. You will see in a short while the banner where you can find this, and let us know what you think about this area. So now it's really finally the time. We get to our first session focused on emerging spacefaring countries. And I would like to use this opportunity to welcome to the stage Mr. Jean-Jacques Tortora, Director of European Space Policy Institute, who will deliver our first keynote of today.
Well, thank you very much, Michel, for this nice introduction, and thank you very much for having me today. As you may notice, Austria is under lockdown, so I'm participating remotely from home today, and I would like to share with you the few slides that I have prepared for this presentation today. I hope that you can see it. I'm not sure yet. Yes, it seems it's coming. So here it is. Could you please confirm that you can see my slide? No, I hear no confirmation, so I guess.
Yes, we can see it nice and clearly.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So the topic of my presentation will be emerging spacefaring countries, and I will first try to put this in perspective on the global, from a global perspective, and then I will focus more on the situation of Europe at the moment. So just in a snapshot, to illustrate how the space activity has been evolving worldwide over the last few years, since year 2000 at least, we noticed that even if we put aside Starlink, which definitely has a very strong impact on its own on the mass launch and the number of launches. But putting aside Starlink, we can notice that since 2007, we have observed maybe not a much higher number of launches, which is displayed by the red line here, but a tremendous increase in the number of satellites launched. And which definitely shows that it's a lot of small sats that are launched in a much higher volumes, and with a limited impact on the total mass launch, which is illustrated in blue at the bottom of this chart. So this to say that worldwide, the space activity is tremendously increasing, and mostly through a higher rate of launches of essentially more satellites. So it means that it's more actors that are getting access to space, slightly more launches, more spacecrafts, but of course with also a downside, which is the increase of potential debris generated, and in the end, an increase in the services and applications that are being made available through that. Another way of illustrating that is just the count of the spacefaring nations or spacefaring countries. And we see here that at the moment, we have recorded 97 countries who have at least launched one national satellite. And out of this 97, 95 are now members of the UN COPIOS. And out of these 95, only 13, or in 97, only 13 have actually been able to develop autonomous and indigenous capacity for access to space. So definitely launchers and access to space remains the privilege of, I would say, a limited number of players, but operating and owning a fleet of satellites in orbit is now accessible to a highest number of countries, and there is definitely a very strong appetite for that. And this curve and the spike in the evolution of the number of spacefaring countries is quite impressive. And this can be also seen considering the global map, where we have here the image of what the world looked like in 1966, where we have at that time only a handful of space powers or space faring countries. And the situation in 2020 is way different, where it's not only that we have more countries having space launch capabilities, as I said, but countries having their own and operating their own satellites. And actually, the countries in gray are becoming I would say a minor share of the overall global population. And this image, I think, is quite striking. And the trend, as I said, is increasing. So in 2000, in the beginning of the years 2000, we had a handful of newcomers every year, and we noticed that recently we have up to 5 or 6 newcomers a year in a single year, and this trend is absolutely striking. So what is striking is that not only countries, they manage to purchase, to procure, and to operate their own satellites, but they also create national space agency. And actually, this is what this chart is displaying. So actually, this increase of the national dimension of space activities is actually taking place not only through the development or the deployment of space infrastructure, but also, as we see, through the creation of national agencies, through also the elaboration of national space law and of national policy and strategy. And this raises the question, okay, of how this the situation will evolve in the future. Here, I tried to illustrate some reflection regarding spacefaring nation. What do we mean by spacefaring nation? And on the other end, what do we mean by a space power? What is the difference between the two? So I will not enter into the detail. If you are interested on this topic, please visit our website. SPS published recently a very interesting study based on analysis of the situation in Europe, on the definition and the differences between the spacefaring nation and space power. But putting it bluntly, a space power means having high and total full autonomy and capacity, autonomy of decision and technological capacity. And spacefaring nation is having, I would say, some kind of access to space or space-based services. And at the moment, we still don't know in which direction most of these newcomers will evolve. Will they evolve towards the development of autonomous and indigenous capacity, or will they continue to rely on non-national sources of supply, but developing their political autonomy and I would say national and autonomous decision-making processes? Actually, a lot of a different scenario could be considered, and I will not enter into the detail, but I think that we might really have some questions from the audience on that. But definitely, what are the key elements or the key factors that position or condition the positioning of a nation in space is first the adoption of the space policy, the foundation of a national institution, the establishment of the national space program, the acquisition of space capabilities, the development of domestic industrial means, the developments of systems and facilities to access to space, and then ultimately having all of that, the participation in international programs. So that being said, we have noticed that there is a global trend worldwide, and we have already noticed the number of new players, and some of them quite unexpected, like Sudan, Egypt, in Malaysia, etc., or Vietnam. But this trend is also picking up in Europe, and Europe, actually, the whole history of Europe in space was all about international cooperation or international cooperation among European countries, and it was really all about the creation of the European Space Agency, which has been instrumental in the development of space industrial capabilities throughout the European territory, and at a later stage with the stepping in of the European Union as a space player. But what we observe is actually the return of national ambitions. And now we have European countries which individually develop their national space strategies or policy. And Austria has recently issued its national space strategy, but also developing launchers, spaceports, with initiatives taking place in Norway, in Sweden, in Scotland, in Ukraine. The development of autonomous national space capabilities in Czechia, in Greece, in Denmark. Development of SST, SSA capabilities in Poland, Romania, Portugal, etc. And this is quite interesting, because what we can reasonably wonder is why do countries which have access to as an integrated framework for developing their space capabilities decide and prefer to develop some capacities nationally. And I think that the driver behind that is really to develop and to foster autonomy in space-based applications. Definitely, access to data is a critical issue, and we could see a paradox in the current situation where, but never in the history, we have had the availability of space-based data from commercial operators, and at the same time, we have never seen so many people investing in order to get their own national data. And definitely this autonomous access to data is certainly a critical factor. There is also a lot, I would say, of political benefit for decision makers in investing into space, because definitely with the development of space-based capabilities, I would say you allow your country to become a space-faring nation, which also has some I would say national political benefits. You also address the future. Definitely, space is highly regarded as a critical factor for preparing the future of nations. You also invest in innovation, and actually what is instrumental is really the leverage which all the new spacefaring nations use through the development of space business or space commerce. Actually, any country which deploys autonomous space capabilities addresses not only national needs, but actually expects that the needs that exceed their national interest could be taken advantage of internationally or commercially. And definitely industry is playing an instrumental role in here. And actually the mechanism is a lot about startups promoting their ideas through their governments, and their governments deciding to invest and to support their initiative to justify the investments. And this is what I try to illustrate here. It's all about the new space, and this is a chart that is extracted from one of our SP study about the rise of the private actors in space, where it starts, or everything starts with the elaboration of new public schemes or innovating public schemes for procurement mostly. This allows new actors to come up with ideas, with proposals. So new actors are startups, of course, trying to leverage public funding, new entrants that want to enter into the space business and take advantage of synergies that space can offer. And of course, emerging spacefaring nations who want to, we have discussed that previously, to develop domestic capabilities. And these new actors actually create, or this emergence of new actors creates a new industrial setups. These new industrial setups allows for new solutions to be proposed through the deployment of space-based services. These new solutions create new markets. The new markets attract new private investments. And we have here a virtuous circle, which definitely is certainly pertaining the emergence and the quick development of these new space trends all over the world. So this has a lot of implications on the global space sectors. We have, as I've tried to illustrate, a number of opportunities. Opportunities can concretize through new avenues for international collaborations, through cost reductions to ensure or allow better availability of technologies and services, and to create new commercial opportunities. But it also comes up with a number of challenges. The first one being to be able to reach international consensus in multilateral platforms to ensure the long-term sustainability of space, to also ensure consistency in the interpretation of the legal framework that I would say frames the development of space activities. I mean, the Outer Space Treaty, for instance. And we need to reach a common understanding and a common interpretation of this, and which will be a key condition to allow for future further international cooperation in space. If we want to work all together, we need to have a common understanding, of course, of these basic documents. We also need to achieve operational coordination of space traffic, and it's all about space traffic management, and a lot is taking place at the moment. And as I said, ensure the long-term sustainability and long-term coexistence of increased number of actors and players, and facing the fact that the space, or the useful space, the near space around our planet Earth, is actually not infinite, and we have to take I would say now the measure of the pressure that we are applying to these space resources, and to take care of not I would say over exploiting some of these resources. So this I would like to conclude on this. For those who are interested, please visit our website. You will find this public report on emerging spacefaring nations, and a lot more. And definitely, would you have any question, I would be very happy to address. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jean-Jacques, for this comprehensive and very interesting, indeed, broad overview of the topic of emerging spacefaring countries. I would like to ask you a question. So you mentioned a lot about the motivation, and I think you really pointed that part well. I mean, speaking from the representative of the one of the emerging spacefaring countries, I think that you pretty well summed it up, what the motivation factors for emerging spacefaring countries are. But what I would like to ask you about is your point, your view on what is the motivation and added value for the older, well-established space countries and players to get engaged more into collaboration with these emerging spacefaring countries. I would be very much interested in hearing your point on this.
Yeah. Well, I think that maybe one thing I did not elaborate on is this coexistence of two frameworks, at least in Europe, between the integrating framework proposed by the European Space Agency and the EU, and the national setup. What is interesting is that. Of course, in Europe, we are, I would say, evolving in the, I would say, a direction which is quite opposite to what most others are doing, because most countries, for instance, in Asia, they are developing national capacity, and once national capacity are existing, they move and they evolve towards the potential, I would say, regional cooperation schemes. And in Europe, we move actually the other way around. We have an integrated framework and we develop national capacities at the moment, but still the integrated framework proposed by ESA and EU is still the one which is privileged by all of the European nations when they come to addressing higher ambitions for science, for the development of some technology, for space exploration. For instance, we see here really no individual and national contribution to that. The way forward is really definitely through European cooperation. Another one that I would like to add is about security. Security is now becoming an overwhelming and pervasive concept. Security is everywhere, and it's all about the most of the current developments in space. And I think that this cooperative scheme is the way to address higher objectives, but there is a prerequisite to that, which is to first develop some autonomous and some indigenous capacities at national levels. And it makes a lot of sense at the moment to develop national capacities in order to address national needs, in order to give raise to national companies, national industry, and then this will allow to really get access and to contribute in very favorable conditions to, I would say, the broader scheme of cooperative European programs, space programs. Did I reply your question, Michel?
Perfectly. Thank you very much, Jean-Jacques, for this answer. And once again, thank you for joining us for the third edition of Emerging Space. We're glad that you were part of this first session as a keynote speaker. So once again, thank you very much.
No, thank you for having me. It's a great honor and a great pleasure to be with you today.
Thank you. Goodbye. And yes, so sure, in case you would like to learn more about the SP take on this, don't hesitate to visit their website and check their research work. It's a great base for some further studies in this topic. And now I would like to jump to the panel discussion part and welcome our dear panel speakers. First of all, I would like to welcome on the stage Ms. Deganit Pajkovsky, Assistant Professor of Hebrew University of Jerusalem and the Vice President of International Astronautical Federation.
Hello. Good
Then
to
I would
see you.
like to invite Mr. Chris Leck, who is Deputy Executive Director of Office for Space Technology and Industry in Singapore.
Hi, Michal. Thanks very much for the invitation. Good to see you.
Good to see you. I would also like to welcome Ms. Angelina Bekasova, Senior Expert for Space and Innovation Policy at Ministry of Economics of the Republic of Latvia and the Director of International Relations and Industry Development at Latvian Space Industry Association.
Hello, thank you very much. Hi, everyone.
Hello, and also to conclude this panel, I would like to welcome Mr. William Rickard from PwC.
Hello, nice to meet you. Hello, very happy to be there.
Very nice to have you all here at this panel. Once again, welcome and looking forward to this interesting discussion. First, to kick off this session, I would like to give each of you a possibility to give an introductory remark, to introduce yourself to the audience. Please try to stick within 3 to 4 minutes. And first, I would like to invite to do so Deganit. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning and hello, everybody from Israel. I'm an assistant professor at the Hebrew University, the Department of International Relations, and for almost 20 years I've been in the space policy business with hands-on experience on space policy development and also academic research. So my research usually focuses on the intersection between world politics and technologies. And well, my passion is space for many, many years. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this wonderful event.
Thank you very much, Deganit. And now, Chris, the floor is yours.
All right, thanks, Michal. Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Lake. I'm the Deputy Head of Austin, which is the National Space Office of Singapore. Austin's mandate as the National Space Office is actually fairly new. We became the National Space Office only in April last year. And I think our focus over the next few years is really to see how we can tap on space technologies to really support our national priorities. I think many of you will know that, Singapore, we are a major aviation, maritime hub. So that's an area of keen interest for us when we're talking about space. Of course, things like climate and sustainability are also important focus areas for everyone now, and indeed for us as well. So that's one key area of focus for us in Austin. But of course, like with, I think, many other space offices, we also focus on industry development, growing the local ecosystem here in Singapore, on policy and regulations as well, international relations and workforce development. And maybe if I may, I think just a few quick words about the space ecosystem in Singapore. There are about 50 companies and some 2,000 professionals now in the space sector here in Singapore, spanning across various parts of the value chain, from your satellite systems and payloads to ground equipment to satcoms, satellite data processing and analytics as well. So about half of these are actually startups and SMEs, whereas the other half are larger players like MNC. So we have companies like Imaset, Thales, Spire, Planet having research and engineering teams, or regional sales and BD teams here in Singapore. So that's just a very quick snapshot of the local ecosystem here in Singapore. Right, thanks very much.
Thanks, Chris, and congratulations on establishment of the Space Office. Looking forward to collaboration. And next, I would like to invite Angelina. Angelina, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Michal. So first of all, a couple of words about my background. My space story started several years ago in Brussels, and I started working for the Latvian space policy and space industry a bit more than a year ago, which coincided with Latvia joining the European Space Agency in the new role of an associate member state. And to give you a bit of a context about the Latvian space industry, we consider ourselves a space re-emerging country because Latvia had a very important role in the Soviet space program. We inherited this infrastructure and technologies. We reoriented them, we updated them, and they constituted the core of our industry, which enabled us successfully participate in the European Space Agencies and to cooperate with other agencies. And now we are welcoming, of course, new actors in our space industry, and it's very exciting to see how the industry is developing faster and faster with every day.
Thank you very much, Angelina, and I would also like to invite William. William, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, so thank you. So first, a few words on Luigi that was supposed to be there on my I'm there on his behalf. So the partner in charge of the space activity within PwC is actually sick, so that's why I'm presenting. We don't have the same haircut. So just as a background, so I'm a senior manager within the space practice. So I'm an expert in commercialization and business strategy formulation for companies specialized in satellite data exploitation and satellite manufacturing, with more than 12 years of experience with customers from all around the globe. So I'm part of the PricewaterhouseCoopers space practice, which is based in France, but we operate for the entire network of PricewaterhouseCoopers. So we help all local territory to pursue space activity, mostly on the strategy side from both commercial and institutional players. Personally, I have a strong focus into growth strategy, business plan design, and review and support from M&A for investment funds. So performing commercial due diligences, market screening, target identification, so helping them, like finding the right target to invest in. So for venture capital, for equity, and this kind of type of company, mostly for in the field of satellite data exploitation. But also in the recent years, we have been working extensively on assessing the socioeconomic impact derived from public investment in space for many space programs all around the globe. And we have also worked with several emerging space nations on developing their national space strategy together with their, what's investment plan you need to put in place, how to put it in place, what type of roadmap to develop, which technology to invest on, and designing an implementation plan to do so.
Thank you, Willem. Thank you all for these introductory remarks. And well, now let's jump directly to the discussion. So we had very good overview introduction by Jean-Jacques. You could also see some ideas and views from our discussion we had back in Dubai during the Space Week at the best practice session. I hope it will not too much fight with your own personal views, and it will not too much involve in put big pressure on what you would like to say from your behalf. I would also like to mention that actually Angelina was taking part in this session, so she's one of the people that had the chance to take part in both, and that's why I would also like to start with asking her a first question, and it's pretty much similar to what we discussed actually back in Dubai, and it's that one related to motivating factors. So you mentioned that you consider yourself to be a re-emerging country. So what are the main motivation factors for your ecosystem and for your government to actually work on this re-emerging space ecosystem?
So first of all, as I mentioned, probably the main motivational factor was and is our core space industry that for many, many years has been proving that we are successful. We receive very good feedback from the European Space Agency, and they enabled us to join the European Space Agency in the new role. And they, of course, by leading by example, they attract new players in our space industry. And the whole space industry, the new and old actors, they show that you don't have to be a giant to have a role in very exciting international projects. For example, our companies, they participate in the Hera mission, in the Lunar Gateway mission, and also cooperate with not only through the European Space Agency, but also with large companies and other agencies. Then I would say that Latvia has a very rational culture, so we don't just dream or we don't chase our status. We see space as just an extension of our economic activities. So when you show people an opportunity to accelerate the development of their technologies, to then use them back on Earth, this is the key motivational factor. So this is actual industry and huge opportunities. And yes, and also what we are not motivated by is just sending money to space. We don't want to do this. We really want to see space benefiting people on Earth right now and in the future. And if you think what is motivation, so usually this is just building enthusiasm and enabling. I think we are very lucky to work in the space sector that the enthusiasm part is already covered. So it's enthusiastic per se. And what we have to do is just to enable. So the government, in cooperation with the industry, we define our most needed opportunities. We join different networks, we join organizations, and enabling is the motivation.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I already saw when discussing this in Dubai a lot of similarity between the approach of Latvia and also Slovakia. First of all, the rational approach of taking really space as extension of the already existing sectors of intelligent economy and basically taking it as part of the economic ecosystem that very often also what we can see here in Slovakia helps to generate new entrants into the sector and also to give added value to the whole sector from the economic point of view. So it's great to see that we are not seeing this just by ourselves, but there is a very, very similar approach and very similar view on this also in Latvia. Thank you very much. I would like to ask basically very same question to Chris as well, just to see maybe the similarities or the differences in approaches from different continents.
Sure. Yeah, I certainly think there are a lot of similarities between Latvia as well as Slovakia and Singapore as well. I think for us, really, we see the space sector as an extension almost of the larger economy here too. And I think this is in large part because we realize that our local ecosystem here already has some inherent strengths that can contribute to the space sector. And by inherent strengths, I really mean that we do have some fundamentals in adjacent sectors, electronics, materials, AI, robotics, and so on, where these are really strengths that we can draw upon to support the space sector here in Singapore. But beyond that, I mean, we also do have a strong concentration of PE, VC, private equity, venture capital players here in Singapore, as well as I think quite a large number of accelerators as well. So again, these are some strengths that we can draw upon really to support the growth of the space sector here in Singapore. So I mentioned earlier, the ecosystem in Singapore, even though as the National Space Office, we are less than 2 years old, I think probably the youngest one in the room in a way, but we've seen the growth of the ecosystem actually grow quite intrinsically. I mean, this was really something that perhaps some of our earlier government colleagues had tried to seed, but there was never really a large national push. But yet, I think we saw that some of these companies have come about organically. So that's something that I think we are quite heartened by. But I think in terms of motivating factor as well, I thought, of course, as with I think most of us, the fact that space is really a key enabler for many domains. It's also something that is at the top of our minds as well. So I mentioned earlier that we focus on aviation, maritime, digital connectivity, etc. as national priorities. So space, of course, helps to enable all of these sectors, right? So as an example, in terms of our focus areas at Austin, we have tried to invest in space-based communications, navigation, and surveillance technologies to support our aviation and maritime sectors. So we are investing into VHF voice communications as one example. In the aviation domain, we're also looking at VDES technology for the maritime domain as well. So these are just some examples of I think some of the things that we are keen to do and we're hoping to do in order really to level up the national economy and our key sectors.
Thank you very much. Yes, I could also see a lot of similarities. Maybe one distinctive specific about Singapore is the fact that really the private capital and the VC capital here is strong, and I can imagine that it really poses a quite significant position in the development of the sector and also in the enabling the newly establishing startups to work in the sector. So thank you for this. And now I would like to move to Deganit and ask her rather a general question, but a very important one. So we could see a lot of definitions about what emerging space foreign country means. We could see it from the material from Dubai. We could also see it from the Jean-Jacques keynote. But I'm really particularly interested in your opinion on this. So what in your view are the key characteristics of this notion?
It's something that we definitely need to pay attention to, because many times there are overlaps between different definitions. When we talk about emerging countries, does it necessarily mean that they are also emerging countries in space? Sometimes there's people take the emerging countries mistakenly for undeveloped. So, but when we're talking about emerging countries in space, I would put the focus on countries that are making their first steps in space, in global space activities, putting the focus on how can they advance their ecosystems from a national perspective. The fact that there has been space activity within a national capacity is not enough. I believe that the most important factor is that they actually create national bureaucracies to lead national activity within the space global activities. So when I look and when I try to identify emerging spacefaring countries, I would look at countries who are doing the first steps to nationally direct the activities in all the aspects of an ecosystem, meaning academia, industry, and the government itself. But there should be government-led effort. I hope that answers.
Yes, thank you very much. I completely agree with you, and this was very good ending that you mentioned that it needs to cover all the aspects of the ecosystem, because there are many countries which have, for example, decades of experience. For example, Latvia and Slovakia, decades of experience when it comes to space R&D and several international space missions involvements and decades of space hardware development even. But only recently they are starting to develop the economic side of space ecosystem, and this is exactly what you mentioned by the whole ecosystem in all the aspects, if I took you correctly.
Yes, and I would also add the example of Australia, who for many years have had space activity, but only recently decided to make it much more government-led and initiate a space agency with a very comprehensive strategy. And so we see a big change in Australia. So I think even though they do have the tradition, the experience, they are an emerging spacefaring nation in terms of the national effort.
Thank you very much. I would like to also address a similar question to William. So what, in your view, are the key characteristics of this notion? Is there anything you would, for example, add to the Deganit stake, or is there maybe some quite different point of view on this?
Yeah, no, indeed. I think it's a very good question. I mean, I think it's indeed a very important point to start with, defining the concept. And indeed, it's very important to make a difference between emerging country and emerging space nation, which are two concepts completely different. And here, indeed, it can be challenging sometimes to discuss the same topic, because you have, as in many topics, different type of definition, different boundaries. So where do you stop? Who's an emerging space nation versus established one? And sometimes even some country that can even be kind of in the middle. If you take the example, I don't know, like a country like Luxembourg, you have a company like SES, which is a leader in the field of SATCOM for years, but there is recently so much new thing happening in Luxembourg that you can think, hey, is that emerging? Is that an established one that is just changing its strategy? So indeed, the definition can be quite complex. In general, how we think about it within PwC, so we have, because there is two categories for space emerging nation. First, there is nation embracing space activity for the first time, so quite easy, without any prior significant experience or expertise in space-related matter, especially related to access to space and satellite manufacturing, because indeed exploitation of data, of satellite data, it's sometimes more tricky because it's more on the software, so to see if it's an emerging space nation or not. In this, you have also new emerging space nations that have considerably invested into the space sector in the recent years, that put them on the map, even with capabilities that can be bigger than some established players. So in that category, you can find countries like the UAE, like Saudi, like Singapore, like New Zealand, like really new key players. And you also have nation resurging into space sector after, like rebuilding their capacity and program for following a long pause, and now capitalizing on space activity that they have previously initiated. So what we're mentioning, like kind of a second category, and you can find here country like Egypt, South Africa, Brazil, Mexico, Australia. So a lot of countries that have started before, but also, like the difference again between emerging country and emerging space nation. You also find European countries, so Latvia, as we mentioned before, Portugal, Greece, so countries that have been doing space before, that stopped for many different political, economical reasons that may have impacted, and as of today are actually reinvesting there, because there is new opportunity in the space field that allow potential interest in the future.
Thank you very much for this addition to the point. Yeah, definitely. I think we could spend the whole session just discussing these particular questions, but unfortunately we have to move on to next question. I would like to address to Chris, and that is considering the tools and measures that your country uses to further develop its space ecosystem. Again, we had some glimpse into this topic already back in Dubai with our 9 foreign partners there, but Singapore unfortunately wasn't there. So I would be very much interested to hear the view of your space office and the approach of your space office to the tools used for the space sector development.
Right. Thanks, Michal. So I think like with most of the countries, I believe that was also probably there in Dubai with you. We do have various grant and incentive schemes that we use to support our local ecosystem, both the research community as well as the industry ecosystem. But I think what perhaps we find has been more useful, and that's based on feedback that I think our local players have told us, is that we take the position that we need to go beyond grants and incentives to do more to support our local ecosystem. And here, I mean, really, we try to focus on a number of areas. I think the first is that, we take the approach as government that we must work very closely with the research sector as well as the industry ecosystem to really identify trends and opportunities that, we can tap on. And I suppose the second bit of it is, beyond identifying these trends and opportunities, we also take a very proactive approach to try and build consortiums of local players to try and tap on these opportunities. And this includes also, perhaps helping them access funding from VCs and so on. And maybe let me give you some examples of, maybe two areas that we've tried to do this. So one of our focus areas, as I mentioned earlier, is really climate change, of course. And one of the things that here in Singapore we're trying to do is really to look at the trading of carbon credits. So we have set up a carbon exchange here in Singapore. But of course, I think as most of you know, finding high quality carbon credits is extremely difficult. So here there's a role for space to come in order to do MRV, measurement, reporting, and verification of carbon credits. So that's one area that we are very keen to access. And we are trying to put together a consortium really of researchers as well as companies that can provide solutions that will allow us to do MRV of high quality carbon, and in so doing also support this larger national agenda that we have. Another area of focus is in quantum communications, and communications resilience is key for all of us. And we have some local players here who have strengths in quantum key distribution. So again, here as Austin, we try and work very closely with these players to ensure that there's really a consortium of folks that can really put out solutions that will work, that will allow us to tap on some of these technologies and bring it to market eventually. So that's just some examples of the approach that we take. And perhaps maybe because I think we're small, that perhaps in a way helps because we do have an easier time bringing the local ecosystem together and aggregating some of these capabilities.
Thank you very much for these interesting points. I would like to remind also to our viewers that we have one question prepared for you as well. So don't hesitate to check slido.com, #emergingspace, and let us know what you think about it so we can see your diverse views on that. I would like to continue our panel with a question to Daganit. And it is now a bit more specific one on focus on the benefits and advantages of actually being an emerging space country, because we often talk about the challenges it takes because we see the ecosystems are smaller, limited, and there are certain challenges that the governments and the bodies that work with ecosystem development have to face. But there are at the same time some positive aspects of being an emerging space country. So what would you say about that?
Yes, I think this is something good to highlight because, as you said, usually we're focused at the challenges. How can someone new enter this field and gain the experience and maybe take a jump leap or catch up with others? But there are also good sides. For example, when you start clean, okay, and you don't have constraints to traditions, to previous concepts, organizational structures, obligations to international partnerships, and so forth, then you can really build your space policies, the infrastructure of the ecosystem to be more adaptive and appropriate for the new global space activities. And we are all well aware of the tremendous changes that global space activity went through over the last decade. So I think sometimes the established spacefaring nations, the traditional spacefaring nations, find it more difficult to change, to readapt to the global activities, and the newcomers that are building everything from scratch have it more easy to just begin, to just start. Sometimes when I look, for example, at Israel, where I come from, so Israel is a traditional spacefaring nation. It established its program at the early 80s, and the focus was primarily on national security needs, of the country. But now, for over a decade, it's expanding its activities to more civilian space activity, but sometimes conceptually, operationally, and even in terms of the organizations themselves, it's difficult to make this switch. It's difficult to expand and look on space in a different way. And I think when you're a newcomer and you're building everything from the beginning, it's much easier to adopt a more modern and more modern policies, structures, and organizations.
Yes, thank you very much. Indeed, it's sometimes very good to switch to the side and try to look about the benefits and the positive aspects. And we see that there are quite plentiful. It can sometimes remind the relationships between the big companies and startups. So the big companies,
Yes.
they can basically do in their sector, in their area, mostly everything, such as the well-established countries. But then some new startup or emerging space country comes, and they can always bring some new ideas, some new approach.
Yes, because the global, let's say, new space trend that we are operating under currently. So it requires more innovative, let's say, business models, research and development methods, a whole new approach to innovation, to how a government works with an industry, how do they collaborate together. And I think it's different to change traditions rather than establish new ones.
Thank you for this addition. William, I would like to ask you again the similar question about the advantages from your point of view of being an emerging space country, but also with additional point regarding the added value that these emerging spacefaring countries can bring to the well-established players. And this is actually also the question we ask our audience through Slido. So please, if you haven't answered and you are viewing us, do so using the emerging space hashtag. So please, William, what do you think about the added value here?
Yeah, I mean, first, a very quick point on what was mentioned before by Deganit. Indeed, so there is this state of mind moving from defense-oriented to commercial, which impact policy and governance. But also, you have, as for in business in general, you have what we call the second mover advantage. You know, you have like the first mover advantage, where you are first to be there. But the second mover advantage means that you can leverage what was already done. And you can also learn from established spacefaring nation what has already been done, and you can replicate at a lower cost, or stuff that has already been done and you may not need redundancy. You don't need, for example, a dedicated access to space capability for if you want to be a spacefaring nation. If you have someone that can send it for, put it in orbit for cheaper than what you will be doing. Same in terms of it allow you to do easily technology leapfrog, and also allow you to specialize your country into emerging and far-reaching technology that may be more complex for someone else, for someone which has already invested extensively. I will not mention any country, but if your country, for example, invest for the past 10-20 years in launcher capability, then you have kind of you need to keep funding this, which means that as your bucket of money is limited, it means that you will not invest in other things, which means that for an emerging space nation, it's actually an interesting opportunity, because it means that there is room for you. Another point which is interesting there, it's like the availability of more into the downstream side of open source data. So program like Landsat in the past in the US, but now today, especially with the Copernicus program, allow a lot of emerging space nation to quickly have access to many sources of data to try to do some processing available. You have EO training for free available. You have a lot of algorithm available on GitHub for free. So you can start working with open source data without having to spend hundreds of millions, if not more, into developing dedicated infrastructure to actually being able to play with data, which is in most of the cases where you have a lot of very interesting economic prospect and where you can leverage this data to actually solve some local economic and societal challenge. So like having some policy about or investment related to nations that are more vulnerable to natural disaster, to climate change, and to position yourself, or to food security, to position yourself in exploiting the right set of data to invest in the future in the capabilities that will allow you to do this better. And finally, as a last point on your element on, what's the value added and etc. for established player, with, again, what we mentioned extensively on international partnership. So with partnership with spacefaring nation, you can still have win-win situation where you have the established player, which is providing technology transfer, train local people in manufacturing, sometimes in data exploitation. So like exporting the technology, but it's also so it's allow the emerging space nation to receive some know-how, some knowledge, developing partnership between university to create some local critical knowledge based from established players. But for the established players, it's allow also to have a win-win situation, as you have opportunity to export your technology. You have also the geopolitical impact of being the one that help another country to bring the technology and etc. So it's very nice from a geopolitical standpoint, but even from an economic standpoint, it's very interesting because it's allow your industry to actually export and to enlarge the pie of the market without, because in space very often, as we mentioned before, you have a tendency to be a lot about national program and or national needs, national country, and being able to go into international market is very, very interesting.
Thank you very much. And indeed, it reminded me of partially what also Deganit said, but what I already had in mind for some time watching and observing this discussion, that it's sometimes it seems that it's not necessary for the emerging space countries to catch up. And it's makes much more sense to focus on the new trends, to use them for your benefit, and actually to find your own niches within the new trends. As Deganit mentioned, also the new space notion, which we all know, and now also William, the topics that tackled that really make a lot of sense to for the newcomers and the less traditional, especially space economy players, when we talk about the economic application of space sector and economic side of space sector development. So thank you, William, very much. And now I would like to turn to Angelina and ask her about the opportunity side regarding the collaboration, but not only between the emerging spacefaring countries, but also the opportunities for collaboration between the emerging spacefaring countries and the well-established, older and bigger space sector players.
So I would like to start answering this question by pointing out that generally in the society, we don't see the concept of labeling very well, right? But I personally really like, and apparently you too, the notion of space emerging nation, country, or economy, because it gives you really clear signals in which situation we are. And this situation doesn't mean that we are worse than in, for example, spacefaring nations, as you already mentioned. It's like being a spacefaring nation is very cool, and being an emerging space nation is also very cool, because we are proactively open to cooperate, and we are in a similar situation. And what can be more interesting than engaging in the conversations of how did you manage it in your country? And for example, an experience of a spacefaring nation wouldn't be too applicable to Latvia, for example, so I can't overtake these models of success in my country. Also, what I wanted to point out is that point to collaborate, yes, I mentioned, and exciting. Yes, and there are two ways to collaborate. So either we exchange our experiences or and our capacities, or we build something together to give a bigger offer to the whole world, right? So there are different ways to collaborate, and why we are so lucky to be in the space sector right now is that all these collaborations are still being defined. So there are no friends or not friends. We are still looking for new cooperation partners, both space emerging and fairing nations. And one more thing I wanted to mention about the advantages of being a space emerging country is that we actually attract new space actors from space faring nations. And they admit that, because I cannot compare how it looks in their countries, but they admit that everything happens much more dynamically and faster in Latvia. We have a very personalized approach to communication with our industry. We know them by names, and we try to help them go through this administrative debris and to do business in Latvia. So this flexibility is also very important and a way to cooperate. And yes, mentioning possibilities to cooperate, right now we have a very cool project with the European Space Agency that unites the 3 Baltic countries. We are defining a joint project in Earth observation using Copernicus. So when we develop this common solution, we're going to have clients in 3 countries. So this one solution will be created by 3 countries and used by 3 countries. Right now, we're in the stage of the developing ITT. And I think once we have results of this project, we will have a really success story to offer to the world as a functioning model to frame our cooperation. So it won't be only just a networking story, but actually some institutional story with the support of the government to develop cooperation between different countries, different industries for the development and benefit of other industries back. So there, yes.
Thank you very much, and I particularly like the last part of what you were saying regarding the synergies that actually the emerging spacefaring countries, which are on a similar level of development, but also quite often geographically close to each other, and also, let's say, economically or size-wise close to each other. So they can not only create synergies between each other when it comes to the development of space technologies, but also when it comes to using actually the results of these developments. So that was very interesting. And yes, of course, the knowledge sharing, it's basically what we are also doing today. I can only agree with you that this is very important, and it helps us not to repeat the mistakes of others, but on the other hand, to see the best practices and try to take the inspiration out of them. So thank you very much for this. And I would like to ask similar question also to Chris, but I would also like to connect it to a question we've got from the audience. And the question goes as follows. Does Singapore have defined key partners in space? Is it the United States, Europe, China, or smaller space emerging faring countries?
Sure. Thanks, Michal. I think on the the earlier part of the question, I couldn't agree more with, I think, Angelina and yourself. There's a lot that we have to learn from one another, and I think speaking from our own experience at least is that if you're talking about collaboration, I think pro forma collaboration is always easy, but I think what's most challenging is finding meaningful collaboration between like-minded players. That's actually from our experience at least extremely difficult. Because a lot of the times, I think, if you're talking about, say, joint R&D or industry collaboration, for example, finding that specific problem statement that can grip parties from both sides, that will say to both sides that, well, this is something meaningful and we are willing to put in a lot of resources because this is a serious enough or important enough problem statement. Actually, that's not so easy, I think, to find sometimes, right? So I think the challenge is really how we can get people together to identify what are some of these problem statements or challenge statements. And here I think like some of what we were discussing earlier, certainly it might really be about getting people with similar experiences or similar challenges because we are from the same region, right? Because we would then better be able to understand some of these challenges. And here, for example, I mean, again, Singapore, we are in Southeast Asia. The challenges that we face, for example, if you're talking about remote sensing, that would be very different from that, I presume, from, say, Slovakia or Latvia, or even Israel, where, in Southeast Asia, we have a lot of clouds. So traditional remote sensing using visible satellite imagery might not work very well for us, whereas, in more temperate climates, that would work fine. So, this is one area where perhaps we need to find a like-minded partner that says, okay, we have this problem, how do we deal with it? SAR technology gives us the answer. Can we work together? But again, even if you're talking about applying, say, SAR technology to use cases in Southeast Asia, it's not so straightforward because the techniques and algorithms that have been developed to tackle use cases elsewhere wouldn't be applicable to our region. So we will have to develop new techniques and new algorithms, perhaps, to tackle the use cases that we are looking at here in Southeast Asia. Right? So I think needs quite a bit of work. And matchmaking almost to get the parties together, say, okay, this is something that we can work together on, and let's find a useful solution. On, I think, the question that came in from the audience on whether Singapore has definitive key partners in space, I would say, I think not really. We are open to partnering with all. I think the key is, as I mentioned earlier, finding that like-minded partner that shares some of our interests in certain problem statements, and I think we're happy to work together. And one example is we recently signed an MOU with ESA, focusing on space-based telecommunications related technologies to support aviation, maritime, other sectors. And because this is where with ESA we found a specific niche that both sides has an interest in, so we went ahead and we said, okay, let's work together. So we certainly hope to see whether we can discover more of these niches with other partners and work together.
Thank you very much. Indeed, space sector is basically all about collaboration, since being highly costly and technologically difficult. And I think that this really is the case twice as importantly for the emerging spacefaring countries with a smaller ecosystem. So it's really crucial to be looking for the synergies, looking for the joint interest, exactly as you say, Chris, and to be open to collaboration. So it's great to hear that. Thank you very much. We are getting to the ending of this session slowly but surely. I would like to once again remind to our audience that we also have a question for you regarding the benefits of the emerging space countries collaboration with the well-established players. So feel free to go to slido.com and use hashtag emerging space. And the same goes in case you would like to ask some question to our panelists. I would like to get to the last set of questions I have prepared for our panelists today. And this one will be to Deganit, and it's basically follow-up on what we have already discussed and what we have tackled from various angles. And it's the issue of the very notion emerging spacefaring countries. So we have the emerging spacefaring countries, we have the re-emerging spacefaring countries, we have emerging space nations, and we discussed that the main aspect, or one of the key aspects of defining these set of countries or this group of countries, is that all the aspects of this space ecosystem are getting developed, and there is some sort of a dynamics in the development. And from the discussion we had so far, I had a feeling that maybe the last element, which is usually the last one coming to the party, to this full set of elements of space ecosystem, is the economic one. So engaging the industry, engaging the value chain within the country, and shifting the technological capability from purely research area to also application area. So my question to you is that, what do you think about this very notion? So sometimes there is really mistakes, and people mistake the emerging countries active in space with emerging space countries. So isn't it time for maybe some rethinking of how to really call this group of countries, and maybe the emerging space economies might be actually the answer, how to tackle it more clearly and distinguish it more clearly from the emerging countries? What do you think?
I think it's very intriguing to play with these different concepts in mind. Your suggestion to call it emerging space economies, I like the idea because it brings in the private sector. It doesn't put the focus only on the government, as we've talked at the beginning of the conversation, but it puts in also the private sector. So this is also a good definition. I would also like to suggest emerging space ecosystems, because when we talk about economies, so it's usually the interconnections between the government and the private sector. But when we're talking about an ecosystem, it's much wider. And we put together also the academia, the research side, the services, the public, and also, let's say, the civil society, all kinds of organizations, associations, that join together in engagement, in national engagement, international engagement, to advance the space activity. So I think we'll continue playing with these concepts in the next few years.
Yes, yes, indeed. Thank you for your take on this. I would also like to ask the similar question to William. What do you think about this shifts, and what do you think about these names of the concepts?
In terms of the definition of the emerging space nation?
Yes, yes. What we just discussed with Daganit, exactly that sometimes there are being mistakes for the emerging countries active in space. And what do you think that might be the most suitable fit for calling the emerging spacefaring nations in terms of the countries which are currently using the full potential and developing all the aspects of their space ecosystem?
Well, I mean, I think we'll need maybe to have, first a clear definition on this, but I mean, as the concept will evolve, because as we were mentioning before, within the very, very broad category, you have very, very different type of pattern within this type of space emerging nation. So I think there will be a need for some work in terms of taxonomy, in terms of working more into the type of space emerging nation we are discussing there. When it comes to what you were mentioning on public versus private, and being capable of moving from an academia / scientific world / defense world to a commercial one. Well, this is a big question. I mean, it's not only for emerging space nation. I mean, it's actually my bread and butter as a part of the space practice to work on this type of topic. It's I think there is a lot of interesting stuff to be learned, even from established players, because we mentioned a lot, like opportunity as emerging space nation. But what you see, what some established players have done, like the US, for instance, because when we talk about new space, the US has moved from being like a very traditional established player to an area where you have everyday new startup popping with capable of raising so much money. So the question is maybe to find something in the middle. So having some companies that can actually serve local needs and local purposes. Again, if I come back to the example of downstream company, as also it was rightly mentioned by Chris, you will always, even if you have like a solution that can fit and work in the US or in Europe, etc., you will always need to have some specific knowledge and specific investment in the local area to better understand the local needs. And here, I'm pretty sure with new development from an emerging space nation, we will see very, very interesting stuff when it comes to big thematic and problematic that are beyond space, which are sustainability, which are food security, which has climate resilience, security and safety. So, and of course, thematic like ESG, like environmental safety and governance, like for financial services and insurance, where you have a lot, personally working with a lot of this player, like non-space player, you have a lot of things to do outside of the space industry to actually attract the non-space people about what are the opportunity derived from data, especially from satellite data. I mean, it's my specific background, but even in other topics. But here in satellite data exploitation, you have so much opportunity. Then there is a big opportunity for emerging space nation to actually be the one to really unlock this very nice opportunity on exploiting data for very specific local challenges and purposes, and also being like a kind of regional hub for this type of activities.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, William. And unfortunately, I have to say that we are at the end of our session because the time is up. And it's really a pity because it was really interesting and insightful. So I would like to thank our panelists for their ideas and sharing experience and insights. Before we conclude, I'm just taking a look at our poll. We will be asking our viewers regarding what added value can the emerging spacefaring countries bring to the well-established bigger players. And taking a look at their answers, the summary might be fresh new minds and innovation. So it pretty much aligns with what we have just discussed. So it's good to see that our audience was paying attention and that we have really some positively focused people among our viewers, and hopefully they are really right, and the emerging spacefaring countries can be of a great contribution to the global space ecosystem. So once again, I would like to thank our panelists, namely Ms. Teganit Pajkovsky, Mr. Chris Leck, Ms. Angelina Bekasova, and Mr. William Ricard for attending this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. And so now we are really at the end of session number 1, which maybe as the discussion about emerging spacefaring countries will continue, we will have to rename for the next time. We will see about that. Now it's time for a break, lunch break. So if you are in Europe, we wish you enjoy your meal, and we will meet here again in 1 hour, almost in more precisely 54 minutes, which is 1 p.m. Central European time. So thank you very much for coming, for joining us, and see you at 1 p.m. Central European time.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the second session of the Emerging Space 2022 conference, Emerging Space Actors. My name is Lenka Tkačová and I am a PR manager of the Slovak Space Office industry branch. It is my pleasure to have representatives of various space players today with us, from the largest international Space Federation, from the major EU NGO, from a startup company, from a venture capital fund, and also from the organization of all European SMEs within the European Union members and ESA member states and cooperating states. Now I would like to welcome the keynote speaker of this session, Mr. Clay Maury, who is the incoming president of the International Astronautical Federation. We are really excited to having you here, and the floor is yours, Mr. Maury.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
I've lost audio. I can't hear you.
Okay, so all is well?
You can hear me. Okay, great. Thank you very much for the introduction. I appreciate it. And thank you to the organizers, in particular the Slovak Space Office, for having me here at Emerging Space this morning. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all, albeit virtually. Hopefully in the coming years, we'll be able to do this in person live and all of us get back together. So I'm here this morning as the president-elect of the International Astronautical Federation. I was elected just recently in Dubai at the International Astronautical Congress that just took place. It was my privilege to be elected by my peers. My term starts next year in 2022, beginning in Paris at the IAC that will take place in the fall, in September. I'm here this morning to talk a little bit about the evolution that's taking place in space and what we see in terms of trends that are happening. In 1 week from now, the IAF is going to turn 70 in Paris. There's a celebration that's going to take place with all the past directors and presidents of the organization and a number of the volunteers that have made that organization into the success it is today. You know, the IAF started 70 years ago as a product of the Cold War. It was an organization that was developed with the opportunity to bring East and West together to promote a dialogue on space, which was certainly important back in the height of the Cold War, when countries, nation states, and actors were looking to explore space, but also to exploit space and the capabilities of space. So it served as a catalyst and a forum for dialogue between the East and the West. And I think it's now more important than ever that we have that organization in place because of the growing number of actors that are here in space. Space, in fact, is becoming more crowded, more used, and more congested than ever. We have a number of growing players that are now involved in the space sector. And why? Because we're going to space really to benefit life here on Earth. We use space, of course, for communications, navigation, Earth observation, science, to explore the origins of our universe and national security reasons. Access to space used to be the providence of nation states and in many cases superpowers, but now we have multiple actors, commercial, civil, and governments that are seeking access to space, that is, access to launch technology, satellite technology, the capabilities to do all those things that I just spoke about. In fact, according to my colleague, Carlos Niederstrasser, there are now over 150 companies in the world that are building rockets capable of reaching space. He tracks that number every year. And we've seen unprecedented growth. And these are not just American companies, but companies in Europe, in Asia, and all around the world that are seeking to promote and build access to space and lower the cost of access to space, which is really critical to being able to see entrepreneurial growth and dynamism in the space sector. The International Astronautical Federation sits astride a revolution in this space technology and applications, and is positioned to promote what I would call a multi-actor community in space. And we need to see that both growth from a sustainable standpoint and one that does it in a safe and secure environment. My goal as the incoming president is to ensure that the IAF continues to advance dialogue on space-related topics to promote cooperation among the growing number of members in this sector. The IAF now stands at over 400 members. About half of those are private companies. About 20% are space agencies. Then we also have museums. We have R&D organizations, universities, academic players, and so it's quite a broad reach of members now, including the Slovak Space Office that just joined this past year, and congratulations to them on becoming a member of the organization. Excuse me. We're going to work with the IAF over the coming years to advance and grow this diverse membership that includes all these space agencies and corporations, but also embraces the societies and associations and other organizations. We need to ensure that the Federation continues to evolve and attract young professionals. At the International Astronautical Congress last year, we had over 50% of the 4,000 attendees in Dubai that were under the age of 35, which is a fantastic statistic, and that we continue to see amazing growth amongst the next generation of space professionals at our flagship event. We're going to continue to try to attract and provide programming that is interesting for this next generation and for this multi-actor space community. We're hoping that the IAC next year, which will be in Paris, and in the following year, it's going to Baku in Azerbaijan. And then more recently, we just decided that the one in 2024 will be in Milan, Italy, that these events are going to continue to attract a huge and diverse crowd. Before the global pandemic, we were fortunate enough to break records every year for 4 or 5 years running in terms of the number of attendees, topping out at over 6,000 registered attendees at the IACs in past years. And we're hoping to continue to break those records and grow that event and make sure that the International Astronautical Congress is the premier space event in the world, attracting all space actors to the event. So we're really looking forward to Paris next year. I've attended personally 17 IACs over the years. My first one, in fact, dates back all the way to when I was back in my 20s in 1992 in Washington, D.C. And so I'm looking forward over the coming years to attend my 18th, 19th, and 20th IACs and continue to watch the evolution of it. I've been a volunteer for over 20 years with the IAF. I chaired the Finance Committee, currently chair the Industry Relations Committee. I serve on the Honors and Awards Committee, Entrepreneurship and Investment Committees, and then also promoting 3G diversity with the subcommittee. It's important to get involved in the organization. I invite all of you that are listening today to get involved, whether you're next generation under 35. There's plenty of opportunities through the Space Generation Advisory Council, as well as other organizations, national organizations, wherever you are, that would promote activities and development in space, but also to volunteer, to present papers at the IAF, at the IACs, to serve as volunteers within the organization. It's a very rewarding experience, and I encourage you to get involved. I, a number of years ago, about 10 years ago, started an organization in the United States called the Future Space Leaders Foundation. That was basically an organization we set up to do fundraising, to create scholarships or grants that would send young people to the IAC every year. We've been able to send over 53 young people to that to the event over the past 9 years, and we continue to try to work to raise money. I know half the people that attended the Space Generation Congress this year also came as grant or scholarships winners. There's plenty of opportunities to be able to attend the event, even if you don't think you might not have the funding to go. You should explore those opportunities and see if you can come and be involved. I've also served on the advisory board of SGAC and then on the IF Launchpad mentorship program, and as a Brooke Owens Fellow mentor here in the United States. There are lots of organizations, if you're a young professional looking for mentorship, wanting to get involved in this industry, and I encourage you to reach out. Also, the Students for Exploration and Development of Space is another one here in the US and has chapters around the world. So please get involved and come and attend the event. Let's talk a little bit for a moment about trends in the space sector right now and the amount of activity that's taking place. We've already seen this year, 2021, through 3 quarters of the year, $10.3 billion in private investment in space this year. That already beat the number of $9.8 billion for the entire year of 2020. So we're off to another record year with respect to private investment in space. And I know, speaking to a number of my friends in Europe and Asia and other parts of the world, it doesn't need to be billionaires. A lot of focus in the space race is on the Elon Musk's, Richard Branson's, Jeff Bezos, this billionaire space race. But really, it's not just these organizations or individuals that are backing this. We see plenty of money that's being raised in private markets through IPOs, through special SPACs, special acquisition corporations, and through government-backed startup funds and other venture funding that's taking place, private equity. So there's a lot of money that's out there. We're seeing a tremendous amount of interest in the types of applications, space-based applications that can be funded. And according to the Outfit Space Capital, if you look over the last 10 years, over 1,600 companies have raised more than $230 billion in the space sector invested in space. So there's a tremendous amount of interest. This is an unprecedented time. I've been working in space for over 25 years in the sector. I've never seen the kind of interest in private investment that we see today taking place in the space sector. There are a number of companies now doing initial public offerings, like Planet, which is a company that spans both Europe and the United States, that is about to do a major raise and has done a tremendous job growing over the years. We're actually projected right now to see compounded annual growth of 8% in the sector over the next 5 years. And it's just an unprecedented time. And I give you one example of that, which is the private commercial space flight. Since Yuri Gagarin flew to space in 1961, that's roughly 60 years ago, we only had about 600 people or less than 600 people until the last mission that just went up. With SpaceX, we had fewer than 600 people that had actually crossed the Kármán line and gone into space. Now we are about to see, in last year, 0 commercial space flights. This year, at least six commercial space flights by Blue Origin, by Virgin, SpaceX, and even on Soyuz with the crew that went up to film a movie, excuse me, on the International Space Station. So we're probably poised right now, we think, that we're going to double that number of people in space over the next 5 years. So a tremendous amount of excitement and growth and attention around the world in private commercial spaceflight. But that's not to say that space agencies don't continue to play a critical role in what we're doing to explore space and to do science in space. Without space agencies there to do a lot of the work that this private sector cannot fund, we wouldn't see this tremendous growth that we're seeing now. So there are lots of areas where space agencies are going to continue to push and also to buy what we call space as a service. This is a huge trend now. A lot of the capabilities that used to be just the providence of governments, access to space being one of those, but even things like Earth's observation, satellites, and navigation and other areas where it used to be solely governments that would do this work. We now see space agencies looking to private industry to provide a number of these services and buy what we call space as a service. And that's a huge trend going forward, as commercial companies can often do some of these activities, very rapidly and much cheaper. And then space agencies can be allowed to focus on, as I say, the science, the exploration activities and things that might not be able to be privately funded, or they can serve as an engine for growth for the private sector that's trying to develop in these key areas. So these are critical. And just to close, I think one great example of where space agencies continue to do the work that can't be done is the upcoming launch of the James Webb Space Telescope that will take place down in French Guiana next month for a telescope funded by NASA, which is really a time machine that's going to help us look back over billions of years and really understand the origins of the universe. This is the kind of thing, and I know it's huge in scope because it'll be the most expensive spacecraft ever built and launched, but these are the kinds of things where space is going to continue to play a critical role to help us understand why we're here, how we're here, and the evolution of humankind. So there's lots of exciting things taking place in space this year, a lot of amazing activities going on. I'm proud to be a part of that. I wish you all well in this conference, and I hope that you enjoy this this event, both virtually and those of you who are there in person. Thank you very much for having me this morning. It's my pleasure to be here and speak with you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mori. And first of all, congratulations to your new role. We wish you best luck here. And I have one follow-up question. I hope you can hear me well now. So I would like to ask more about during your presidency, would you like to attract some more private financing institutions and VC funds to be a member of the IIF and EPS? Then how would you like to achieve this? Okay, I think we have some technical difficulties right here. So I guess we will need to ask this question to Mr. Mori live at the next International Astronautical Congress. So now we can move to the next part of this session, and we will talk more about the projects, new projects in our space office. So we decided to use this opportunity to present you what is new in our office, and recently we joined the project of Cassini Hackathons. Cassini is a European Commission initiative to boost startups and innovations, and one of their activities is organizing hackathons. So in November we had the chance to organize together with 9 other organizers the hackathon here in Slovakia with the topic connecting the Arctic. And we were able to attract and form 6 teams that were working on really interesting projects. Our next project is Slovak Space Incubator, where, as we understand the importance of supporting the new talents and the projects here in Slovakia, we would like to provide the offices, the technical support, and also the mentoring to these teams working on their projects. I am pleased to have one participant of our hackathon who is also joining our incubator project here with us. So welcome, Jakub Bajzik. Hello.
Hello.
Great. So Jakub, you were a participant of the Cassini Hackathon with the project that won the 2nd place. Could you please introduce the project, and also could you please tell us more about what was the biggest takeaway from the hackathon weekend for you?
Yes, I kindly thank for the invitation. First of all, I would like to say that I joined the hackathon because I really care about the future, and I wanted to be a part of a health project, and I also wanted to experience the hackathon atmosphere with my teammates. We spent some time brainstorming about several ideas. We aimed to somehow support the expansion of renewable energies, especially in the Arctic region, but basically worldwide. We used the satellite data to explore the places with suitable conditions for renewable energy. Our proposed application brings this scientific data to common people in more understandable and user-friendly way. Such a product can also help the startups to bring their revolutionary technologies closer to the ending customer. And I think me and my teammates, we all learned a lot during the hackathon weekend. But the biggest takeaway for me is that a successful team must find a way how to bring the idea to people and to the market. So the importance of having a strong business plan is something that I didn't realize before.
Thank you very much for your answer, and also congratulations to the second place on the hackathon. And my second question is related to our second project, to the space incubator. And so were you planning to join the incubator project before you joined the hackathon, or was that the main motivation to join? And the other question regarding this one is, what are your expectations?
Yes, the hackathon was the main motivation to joining the incubator because I found it as a great opportunity. In our team, there were a lot of questions and uncertainty about the project during the hackathon and during the last weeks, but I also saw the shared enthusiasm for the project and for the good thing especially. So after talking with mentors and experts during the hackathon and during the last weeks, I realized that our project has a potential if we grab it in the right way. So this was definitely the motivation, and therefore I found the participation in incubator as a great opportunity to form our idea and product, and I expect that we will move the whole project to the next level.
Thank you very much, Jakub. I also really hope that you will be able to move your project to the next level. And we, as a Slovak Space Office, we are here to help you to achieve so. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much.
So now I got some information from our backstage, and we will have Mr. Mori back to answer the question regarding the VC funds and private financing. So welcome back, Mr. Mori. Sorry for the technical situation. So I will repeat the question that I had prepared for you. And I would like to ask if during your presidency of the Federation, would you like to attract new private financing institutions and venture capital funds to become a member of the Federation? And if yes, how would you like to achieve that?
Sure. Can you hear me, Lenka?
I can hear you well.
Okay, thank you. So I apologize for having the audio issues earlier. So the answer to that question is absolutely. In fact, there are already private capital members of the IAF. We would love to see this this community grow as there's more interest in what's happening in the commercial space sector. There's a couple of ways that these members can get involved in the organization. One is through a committee called the Entrepreneurship and Investment Committee, which has been very active in the IAF over the last decade. It was chaired by Ken Davidian.
and he's done a lot of work to try to attract companies that are investing in the space sector, as well as to track, and a number of the numbers that I was talking about earlier, to report out, because we need to be able to tell the story of what's happening in space, both from investment capital and the activity in the sector and how it benefits life on Earth. So all these actors now are starting to pay much more attention to what's happening in the sector. They're craving metrics on growth, on the activity in the sector, and we want to attract and promote these actors within the IF and the community. So we absolutely want to do that. We also have the Industry Relations Committee. We have a sector in this committee for small and medium enterprises, as well as private equity and other firms that are trying to attract capital for the sector. So both of those committees would be prime places where those organizations could get involved in the IF.
Thank you very much for your answer, Mr. Mori, and I hope we will see each other at the next International Astronautical Congress.
Me too.
So enjoy the rest of the conference. We were really happy to have you here with us.
It was my pleasure to join you today. Thank you.
So right now, I'm delighted to introduce you our speakers for this session. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Hans Brackene.
Hello, here I am.
Now I'm delighted to introduce Ms. Grazia Fiore.
Hello, good afternoon.
Please welcome Jakub Laimon.
Good afternoon.
And also Michal Čonga.
Hello, hi Lenka. Hello everybody.
So thank you very much for joining this session. Now it's your place to introduce yourself and your companies and institutions, and to tell us more about their role in the space sector. We can start with Mr. Brackene. The floor is yours.
Hello, Lenka. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for organizing this seminar and for giving the floor to SME for Space. Of course, SME for Space is the organization of, well, it's quite obvious from the name, I hope, of the SMEs in the European space industry. So it was decided more than 10 years ago by a few volunteers that there was a need for that there was a need to have a specific organization representing SMEs towards not only public authorities, but within the whole ecosystem of the space industry in Europe. 95%, I always say that 95% of the positions we defend are similar to the positions taken by representatives of big industry, representatives of research institutes and others. But these 5% where we need specific attention to the specific needs of SMEs are of course crucial to us. We therefore stress the need for specific attention of policymakers to our needs. For example, now we have a big discussion, an ongoing discussion on the profitability. Well, the profitability of SMEs or the issues related to that are different from other colleagues. So that is one element where we play a role. The second one is that we participate in projects ourselves. SME for Space participates in European and ESA projects. Of course, we are not a research institute, we are not a company, but the dissemination, but also to bring in the input from the SME community. And thirdly, there is a networking. We bring together the community of SMEs and we reach out to our colleagues. We are organized as an association of associations. So we bring together national associations like yours together. And that choice was really the best we could make to reach out to the community of SMEs, because it allowed us, well, to claim to be the representative organizations of SMEs in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I am looking forward to discuss some motivating factors and also obstacles that SMEs have in the space sector during this discussion. Now, Ms. Fiore, please introduce yourself.
Hi, Lenka. Thank you so much for for inviting us to the panel. I also bring the greetings of Annalisa Donati, our Secretary General, who could not attend. So EURIS is a non-for-profit association of space agencies. We count among our members most European governmental space offices, including the Slovakian Space Office, who recently joined. We are very happy to have you among our members. The association was founded over 30 years ago with the mission of bridging space and society. And we do that by communicating, raising awareness on the concrete uses of satellite-based services that are done by public administrations and non-space SMEs. So we have a very wide database of success stories from local and regional administrations and SMEs working in domains other than space that use satellite applications to boost their activities. We also implement surveys mainly aimed at understanding what are the motivations of using organizations, what are their challenges, and what are their best practices. And we implement communication campaigns through including events, the realization of videos, articles, and participation at the international events.
Thank you very much. And we as a Slovak Space Office are really delighted to be a member of URC, and we are looking forward to our further cooperation. Now we can, I would like to give floor to Michal Čonga.
Hello, hi Lenka. Hope you can hear me well. First of all, thanks for the invite and congrats to Sario and the Slovak Space Office for organizing such a great activities. I know you guys been really busy lately and with lots of good stuff. By looking at this great composition of this great panel, I guess I'm representing the private sector here. So I'm heading strategy for a group of companies called 0100 Ventures. We are a private venture builder and an investor in technological startups, mainly focusing on the CEE region, meaning Central and Eastern Europe. And currently we are active across really all the industry verticals and hoping to get really more and more into the space sector as well. Some of our activities include, for example, a VC fund called Zero Gravity Capital, really good name for a space sector as well. We also manage co-working places for a number of startups. So for example, right now we have a community of 3,000 entrepreneurs in our network here in surrounding countries. We organize a number of conferences across 25 countries in Europe, and also we build software companies in-house as well. Thanks again.
Thank you, Michal. And now we can end the introduction with Jakub Lajman.
Yeah, I'm a co-founder of GroundCom, and we are really happy that we were invited to present ourselves and to add some of our experience. And as a GroundCom, it's actually my second company in aerospace industry, and we are the infrastructure company. We are focused on communication, and what we do is we build and operate a network of ground stations around the world. So this kind of the antennas used to control the satellites, download the telemetry and the data. And we started this idea, or fully working on this idea, almost 1 year ago. And this year we received our first funding. Later this year we opened our office in the US, and where we also found our first early adopters. And now we really can see, the difference between the European private satellite market and how it works here in the US. So we are very early, so we are on a start of our journey, but I believe that we can already share some valuable experience.
Thank you very much, Jakub. And I would also like to mention that the company GroundCom was the winner of our startup competition that we held during our last Emerging Space conference in 2020. And we will talk more about the startup companies topic during the discussion. And now I also have one question to the audience. And you can go directly to slido.com and add emerging space code to answer my question on what is the biggest challenge faced by startup companies in the space ecosystem. And then we can discuss this question later on when we have your replies with Jakub. So let's start with Mr. Brackene. So from what we heard from you, SMEs are not a new actor in the space sector, but the numbers are growing. Could you please give us a short overview of the industry figures, please?
Yes, I can, although it is not that easy. We had even to call upon the services of a university team to bring some really sound figures. SME for Space contracted the University of Leuven, who brought together in a database all the companies, the SMEs, having received a contract from MISA and those having received a contract of the EU under the space programs of the EU. And these were more than 1,500 companies. This is not yet exhaustive, but it gives an indication of at least the number of companies. They represent a turnover of 3.5 billion. Not all of this is space related, because some companies, of course, are not, maybe most of them are not space companies, but have a space activity. But again, it shows that it is a considerable amount, and indeed numbers are growing. In workforce, these are 27,000 employees in all these companies. So we are quite a group, again, space, non-space in these companies. We are trying now to divide these, but again, it indicates that we are talking here about an important subsector of our industry, the space industry, with a very diverse group, of course. We have all types of SMEs with a legacy, newcomers, startups, and so on.
Thank you very much for your answer. And as you mentioned that you are working with the SMEs that are already in the sector, EURC is actively connecting the space and also non-space entities. So my question to you, Ms. Fiore, is do non-space actors usually find the space economy as an interesting and attractive area? And from your experience, what works the best for like motivating them to join the sector?
So from our point of view, non-space companies don't join the sector. They use products that integrate satellite signals or data without having not even the need to know that they are using satellite data. So we had last year a workshop called From Innovation to Operation to try to understand what prevented innovation in the space sector to enter the market. So I would say that from the space companies, we got as a feedback that space is not mainstream yet. So when they present themselves to customers, telling them we are integrating space data, customers find that information is confusing. In the same way that we don't need to understand the technology that lays behind the use of an iPhone or a computer, we consider that satellite-based applications will prove their added value when customers will be willing to pay for the services without the need for supporting funds. For what concerns, your specific question on what works, traditionally the sectors that have been more open, let's say, to satellite data have been those of agriculture, transport, and urban planning. Satellite data are massively used in these sectors, but there are also a number of emerging sectors that are growing, actually. Companies producing green energy, macroeconomic indicators, insurance companies, transport companies are more and more relying on satellite applications to produce cutting-edge products that are starting to being used. So for agriculture, we know that you can monitor large parcels. And even for farmers who do not have big extensions of fields, they can federate themselves into cooperatives and profit from information about the irrigation needs of their parcels, for example. For what concerns public transport systems, I mean, the major European and US and world capitals are already relying on satellite navigation to provide up-to-date and real-time information on transport and to imagine optimal traffic scenarios. For urban planning, satellite Earth observation has proved to be, crucial to monitor soil movements, which enables them to prioritize infrastructure works. I would say that, the biggest challenge we encounter it in sectors for which there are not private buyers, but public buyers. So, for example, for environmental protection or cultural heritage protection, service providers are encouraged to develop new products, and they often do within the framework of research projects, but they do not find customers afterwards. And that means that we are lacking some holistic policies that connect the funds spent into research for the funds that are available to then use this information to actually provide benefits for the citizens.
Thank you very much for your answers. And talking now about the challenges within the space sector, I have a question to you, Michal Chonga. So you and your VC company, you are just currently entering the area of the space sector. So what motivated you to do so?
I think motivation, there are a number of them, and there are a number of reasons why me personally and we as a group are moving this direction. So I think the main reason is quite pragmatic, to be honest. So we see very positive trends and massive appetite in this sector as well. And to be fair, any venture capitalist who is ignoring these numbers must be blind. So I think it was already mentioned a number of times that the capital investments have already like 10x during the last 6 years in this sector. And on average, we see like 50% year-on-year growth of venture capitalists increasing their commitments and deployments of capital in the sector. But me personally, I'm also looking from it only from a regional perspective. So looking at it from CE, Central and Eastern Europe perspective. So I think this region has a really strong potential to play a significant role, a strategic role in this, let's call it industry vertical. And I think it is because of a really good combination of talent and existing competencies from other industries that are established in this region. So when it comes to the talent, for example, we have, whenever you look at the annual rankings of the best software developers, like the CE countries are ranking in the top 10, whether it is Slovakia, Ukraine, Hungary, Czech Republic, there is always like the highest quality of software developers and the biggest number when it comes to the software developers per capita. And this can be really utilized in a number of basically use cases when it comes to the space vertical. But also we have a number of interesting kind of historic or traditional industry vertical, which can be used or spin off into space vertical as well. So, for example, looking at Czech Republic and Slovakia, really strong roots in cybersecurity, thanks to giant companies like ESET in Slovakia or Avast in Czech Republic, loads of talent being created out of these hubs. But also we have very strong mobility and automotive industries. And when we look at the trends of automation and other things in these industries, it is obvious that the talent and amount of labor needs to move somewhere. So it's going to be interesting to where it's going to move in the future. One may argue that basically space vertical, it's the natural kind of evolution of or basically use of these competencies as well. And it's also very interesting to basically see the commitment of this on the country level, also from CE countries as well. So I'm not sure if it was mentioned already, but quite a big, bold statement came out of Ministry of Innovation, I believe it was, of Estonia, who basically claimed that the next unicorn of Estonia needs to come out of space industry. and he's committing his resources to do so. It's a pretty bold statement, but quite believable when it comes to Estonia, because yeah, they have a long tradition of really good large number of unicorns compared to the relative to their size. So I believe they have already 7 of them or so, including Skype, TransferWise, Bolt, Pipedrive, etc. And also they have what's I think really important is there's really good competencies in public-private collaboration. So this was obvious also in the e-government kind of services and industries which they developed. And I think this is going to be very important also in the space sector as well. So yeah, just to summarize, quite bullish and positive when it comes to the overall trends, and very, very enthusiastic about the regional CE trends as well.
Thank you, Michal. And also following up on your comment about the talents, I would like to mention that you were a part of our hackathon as a mentor. And what was really wonderful to see that how much you were able to help our participants during their projects. And we also saw that apart from the people from the technical area, we also need people from yours to really help these young people who are motivated to create their new projects, to understand how the funding works. So do you have any highlights from the hackathon weekend regarding this topic?
Oh, I'm quite glad to hear that the feedback is positive and that I was useful. It was quite intense, I think more than 48 hours. I was super surprised with the quality of the teams, which were basically you guys were able to source from all around the country. And really, like I'm in the startup hub ecosystem quite deeply, but most of these talent I haven't encountered before. So this is, I think, really important to evangelize and educate the possibilities in space sectors across, like for everybody, and make it accessible. So this was really my highlight, and I hope you guys continue doing a good job in this area.
We will definitely do. You don't need to worry about this, and we are looking forward to organize the next hackathon, hopefully next year, and hopefully in person. So, talking about startup companies, your company, Mr. Lyman, is the first Slovak space company, or the company led by Slovaks that was able to receive a private funding. So from all the steps that led to this achievement, what do you consider as the most important one?
Yeah, like I think what I had experienced before in the centrally of the problem was the combination of the technical talent and also this like a business viable and correct business plan. So I think, for example, going through some accelerator, using some accelerator programs, also like I found my co-founder on a hackathon back in Czech Republic. So also like these kind of activities, I think help us to build a strong team. And I think also what helped was even not directly from the space industry, but some business experience from previous companies. Because I did as a technician this mistake before, that actually one thing is really to build a good technical product, but total different goal is really like to be able to sell it and to find the customers and build the viable business. So I think this all preparation actually, except the technology itself, I found is really preparing the strong business model, which is really like based on the data, some experience in combination with a strong team. So actually you can already demonstrate that you can deliver, was I think something what I believe convinced our investors actually to join us and to support us. So I think all these activities, what also like the SARA is doing, we see as a possible like a steps to like share this experience and like to learn and teach other people like in technical fields with a deep technical experience how to really like convert it to the business. So to sum it up, I think it was just like a strong business plan and ability to execute it.
Thank you very much. We are happy to hear some motivation for the other people who are on their way to create their new space project. So we talked about how the space sector looks like for the space emerging space players, and now let's move to the challenges that these actors are facing. So I have a question for you, Mr. Brackene, and could you please let us know on what are the key motivating factors for SMEs, but also the main challenges in this area?
Well, we have heard the challenges. We have heard already two good examples, or even more good examples of that. It is technologically, it's a huge challenge, but that is in the same time, at the same moment, it's a key motivating factor. I think there is room for innovation. Space on itself, the space industry, it's an industry where, well, driven by innovation, but at the same time, and that's not only seems, it is contradictory, it is also a very conservative industry. It is traditionally a very conservative industry because for good reasons, it is very risk averse. A mission cannot fail, or if the mission fails, a lot of money is lost. So to play the role there as an innovator, it's a challenge on itself, but it makes, I think, the challenge very worthwhile. So while companies are there that's what companies need to do to achieve turnover, to achieve a profit. It is also an industrial sector as others are. I always stress that. Next to the challenges, next to the specifics of our industry, it is also an industry where a CEO, a founder, has to live up to challenges that are similar to other industries, and these are financial, these are economic. And in the same study that I was talking about in the introduction, by the way, you can find the main findings of that on our website, of the SME for Space website. At, of course, the macro level of the study, what became clear is that the space industry, and specifically the SME part of the space industry, has a very low profitability. It has a profitability that is low and it is decreasing. And that is a challenge on itself, of course. But this is combined with a very high need for capital. It is a very capital-intensive industry. So founders, entrepreneurs have to go to the capital market with a dossier where they need a lot of money, but where profitability in an industry will be lower. So the main challenge is to be in that industry, a player that can convince investors that his venture will not be, that the profitability in it will not be limited by what the overall industry figures indicate, but that your product, your service will be worthwhile to invest in it, not only because it is space, but because it is a good investment opportunity for outside investors. There are a lot of other challenges and a lot of other issues that we and my colleagues are dealing with, but I think here, within the framework of your event, I think I just wanted to give these findings.
Thank you, and I have a follow-up question regarding what you said earlier, and it was regarding the low profitability. So what do you think are causes of this situation?
Yeah, well, generally speaking, the causes of the situation, I think, and this is not based on any study, is the lack of repeatability. So we, in the industry, certainly the traditional part, and that is not good or bad, but the traditional part of the industry, well, it's very difficult to have a repeat business. Certainly in the upstream part of our industry, the downstream part of our industry, but our colleague of Eurysi can talk more about that. There, of course, it's easier to get that return. But yes, well, so the reason for that is you have to get out of that. You have to leave Earth. And you have to, so to have a repeat business there is very crucial. And we all hope and we all see that we were given a number of investments made in launch systems, that the new space, smaller but maybe more profitable initiatives will solve that issue. But that is so typical for our industry, and there is no solution. We will have to cope with that issue all the time. It is the way in which we can cope with it that will decide who wins and who loses in the future of our industry.
Thank you very much. And yeah, even though we are facing all these challenges, I think it's really important that such organization as yours is active in this sector, as you can also help those entities to face the challenges. So thank you very much for your work and the support you do to all the SMEs in the Europe. And now let's move on with the challenges. And I have a question to Ms. Fiore. So one of the challenges that space actors can also face is a lack of support of the society. So from the research that URIC does, do you think that the civil society perceive space as a sector where the government should be investing the money?
So the government has already invested the money, I will say, and the public administrations have been the main funders and bakers of satellite-based services, and they still are the pilot users of many applications that are developed. I feel that service providers, meaning the companies that sell products integrating satellite applications, would like more support to sell their services, that's for sure. Sometimes they get frustrated because, as I said before, they develop, cutting edge products. They are involved in projects with the promise of that they will be able to develop their own business afterwards. And sometimes it is not easy to do it. These challenges do not concern applications integrating satellite navigation or satellite communications that are today mainstream and available, but concern the applications integrating Earth observation products. Why? Well, first of all, because they need the expertise to transform the data into information. Most of the times, products integrating Earth observation need to be targeted to some specific territories and need to be targeted to the operational needs and the operational functioning of the public administrations that are supposed to use them. So this is a challenge for them. The second challenge is an economic challenge, because the data that are freely available, and I'm thinking in particular about the Copernicus data, sometimes do not have the resolution to arrive at the very local level, even though you can have, you can have software including parameters that are able to predict, to extract predictions, even from low resolution images. If they want to buy high resolution images, they are expensive. So, and as I said, they cannot go out there marketing their products as space products because customers don't care where the data come from. So either it becomes fashionable to talk about space-based products, and in that case, customers will request specifically that. Otherwise, they will just have to develop products that are competitive on the market, that respond to actual needs. So the products should not be developed based on the potentialities of satellite data, but on needs that are already out there, following the rules of the market.
Thank you very much. And I would also like to follow up on your previous answer. And so the project of the Slovak Space Office is quite new here in Slovakia. And when I'm talking with the people I know regarding this job, is that they're really surprised that why should we even care about the space sector as a society, why should we invest here? But very often these people don't realize that even when you open Google Maps, you can actually use the data that comes from space. So we really like to use this example in what you said with the data, that we really need to invest in these areas for being able to provide the services that we use every day and so often. So thank you very much for your
sorry, if I can add on what you just said. That's why it's important to communicate about the uses that already exist of satellite data and the benefits that they entail to society, so that we make sure that we can sustain investments in the future.
Thank you very much. So I had a brief look at the questions we have here from the audience, and there is one for you, Michal, and is: how attractive is space to venture capitals? Traditionally, it takes long for space-related products to get monetized. And I also have one following question, and it's how do you think that space players can make the space sector more attractive to both investors and startups?
Okay, let me go one by one. Which one should I start with? The how to make it more attractive. Okay. So in order to make it more attractive, I think, well, looking at the challenges, I think we need to make it more attractive. I think there is an urgent need, and why I'm saying this, that I think there is a need to create more and more early stage companies and really to support the ideation stage for new startups to be created. Because although we talk about these numbers like VC investments are booming, etc., but when you look at the number of deals which are in the space, they are rather basically stagnating. So you got really high discrepancy of amount of capital going into the system and amount of solutions going out of the system. So this is really healthy for now because it's a new emerging sector. But basically, over the time, if it continues, there could be a danger of creating kind of a valuation bubble without any real added value coming out of it. So really the initial stage of bringing in more solution, more early stage companies, more entrepreneurs being involved in it, it's very important. So basically, this is, and how to make it happen, just to answer it, I think the main one is the simple one, education. So really more student outreach at the universities, more incubators, more hackathons, competitions, etc. So this is the usual kind of hub, innovation hub solutions that could be basically applied. But also maybe thinking about it, and this is me thinking from the outside, is to make it also the positioning of the industry more accessible to startups. What I mean by this is that looking from the outside, the space industry is often associated with government programs, public sectors, etc. And it is often, when I talk to the entrepreneurs, it is quite intimidating for them to even think about it, that they could play a role, they could be part of this, etc. So really the public-private collaboration and making it more inclusive and making it more kind of welcoming for small players would be a big role in education as well. And I think we don't have a problem in Europe with the accessibility, because there is loads of ways to get involved. Just people don't feel like they can. And I forgot the second question. Can you repeat it, please?
Sure. I was just about to repeat it for you. So the question was, how attractive is space to venture capitals? That was already answered. And the comment that you can follow up on is, traditionally, it takes too long for space-related products to get monetized. Would you like to add something to this comment?
Yes, and it is a big challenge, because when you look at private venture capital in Europe, most of them are structured in a so-called closed-ended type of system, meaning they work on 10 years cycles. When you look at this business model of these venture capitalists, they have to basically monetize or basically get exits in 5 to 7 years period. This is the way the industry is structured, and most of the basically VCs in Europe, based in Europe, are structured in this way. So the issue is that yes, there are many attractive solutions, especially in a deep tech, in a hardware or heavy R&D projects, which basically require loads of capex. But the thing is, there is not often a fit with the type of VCs which are available on the market, so it can be quite challenging to get funded. There are, of course, a number of ways around it. One is to basically look for alternative financing, such as debt financing or anything like this, but also to maybe look at redoing the business model in a way that you can prove the concept, generate new revenue, and basically prove the value in an earlier time, rather than basically just waiting for the best final product in 10+ years. Does it answer the question?
I think it does. Thank you very much. And we can directly move on to Jakub Lajmon and to end this round of questions regarding challenges. So a few minutes before we launched a poll question to ask our audience on what is the biggest challenge faced by startup companies in the space ecosystem. And the possible answers were thriving in a competitive market, financial management, unrealistic expectations, a lack of support from the government, and also hiring suitable candidates. So from all of these options, these two were the most upvoted ones, and it's thriving in a competitive market and also the financial management. So my question to you is, did you met with any of these challenges during your way with your startup company?
Yeah, definitely. I think we share like this point of view, and I would highlight. Maybe I would like to come back to this, like making it a business. Yes, I think this is related with this profitability, with this having the financial stable company, because I think it's something what in general, like in tech companies, it's sometimes forgotten. Yeah, people really are good like in tech, and providing this good financial model, including all these challenges regarding the timing, yeah, for the space mission, and for example, how investment heavy these projects are. Definitely, having this like a clean and good financial side is very important. I think it's one of the biggest challenge. And maybe regarding the this like doing the business in space, I think the biggest part of starting the startup was like to focus on not actually how to develop and how to just like create the technology, but how to bring it to the market. And as Mr. Chonga said, it's really like a different, when you have these like long time cycles and you need to like show to the investors that you can make some profit. So combination of these factors that actually in space we see not high profitability, as was said, and combination that this is exactly what the investors are waiting for, I think is very tricky. And then it's just highlighting that it's very important to have this like a really clear, good business side of it. So honestly, I think, technology is not the biggest issue, with this, because you have I think even in Central European region, all of like good technicians, what is really lacking like to have a sustainable business model, because you can never like run the business which needs to be funded forever. Yeah, so really like breaking this even actually, and to make it profitable, at least like a small profit, actually, you can live together, or you can live for like longer, and then you have like more time to like with your team to find the specific niche, so something what you can be really the best at. So actually, it's also one of our like strategy to actually at first like really be profitable as soon as possible, to have this kind of the luxury in this sector, to like find really this like a specific niche where you can be the best one. And I think with another challenge, what is I think in Central Europe, I think it's from my personal perspective, the connection to national programs. That in the US we can see that there is a space industry a little bit not so connected only to the national programs and grants. Yeah, so you have the clean the companies which are like completely like a private, end-to-end, like with all the ecosystem, like for, you know, from launches like to operational selling the data, and kind of the disconnected from national programs. And I think this is something what is pushing them really to make some business out of it. So I think these challenges is all the same, you know, about the, you know, having the business out of the technology.
Yeah, thank you very much for your insight, and we will also tackle this difference between doing business as a startup in space sector in the US and in the Europe in the next questions. In the next question, and now I would like to move on. So we discussed various space actors together, and there is one I would like to focus on now, and it's universities. So the questions to you, Mr. Brackene, is what do you consider as the biggest benefit between the cooperation of universities and the SMEs?
Yeah. Well, the biggest benefit is that to bridge the difference, and the difference in, I would say, an aim of university on one side and industry on the other side. University being a research or even an education institute, and where publication and sharing information is key, and for an industry where, yeah, to make a business out of it is key. Well, it's easier, I think, to bridge that with SMEs than it is with other companies, and that's why. And we should maybe look also at it from that perspective. And over the years, I have quite some experience there personally. But what a good source of funding to have startups space is for the research community. If you look at the ESA programs, one should keep in mind that under ESA programs, you have 100% financing, and you have all the industrial property rights for yourself. So I know quite a lot of research institutes and universities who have used these programs to create their own basis of technology and to use that basis to get startups out of that. So that makes space, well, it gives you an advantage if you can use these funds that are made available by ESA, by the European Union under different conditions there, of course. But if you can use these to get to use your technology, to the technology developed by the university or the research institute to create startups and to create economic activities. So it is there is still that bridge to be built. It's always there. It's a difficulty to bring to find a common ground between universities and private industry. But once it is there, it's almost, or in a lot of cases, it's a match made in heaven. So I think that space, I will give one example. I've been working from the start of I'm a lawyer, by the way. I've been working with a big university and the research institute. It's not a university institute over here in Leuven, IMEC. IMEC has an overall budget of, I think now it's €1.5 billion and so on. It's huge, huge, huge. But if you look at space, it's less than 1% of their turnover. But if you look at the number of spin-offs that was created using exactly technology funded under that 1%, it's huge. It's much more than 1%. We have 10 successful, I'm only talking about the successful ones here, successful SMEs, startups created using that space technology. So space technology can be a bridge between university and private industry.
Thank you very much for your answer, and I think it pretty much explains why it is important to actively manage this cooperation between universities and SMEs, and really thinking about universities as important players in this sector. And it can also be seen here in Slovakia, because many universities were able to get their projects to ESA PEX, for example. So we are really happy to see this trend in Slovakia, and we hope it will be just growing. And there is one question in Slido I would like to ask you, Mr. Brackene, and it's, is there any special benefit from doing business in space sector, something that is really special for the space sector?
special in a sense. Well, I was just going to say that the space sector should maybe, if I may, but if we also hear the testimonials of the startups, I think we also have to look. Of course, it's special. It's a very special industry. We are facing specific technological challenges. But if we reach out to the investment community, to the capital world, I said maybe we should demystify space somewhat. They don't investors, not those that are specialist investment companies for the space industry, but I think the difference between Europe and the US is that here we have a limited number of investors specifically aiming for space. But if we want to go broader, these investors, they don't like too much the specifics of our industry. We have to indicate that in our industry, well, you have also normal activities, that you can have normal profits and even bigger profits. So the opportunities are there, the growth that is predicted, and predictions are always easy to make, of course, but the growth that is predicted is huge. But that if you pick the winners there, you will have also a profitability that is huge, and that is the opportunities are there also for investors that are not only aiming the space industry, but then we have to show that and show that we are an industry just like the others. If I may add one short comment on the question that was asked on the time frame, on the investment horizon. It's true that it might be longer, but that's true if you compare it to, let's say, the ICT industry or whatever. But that's why, and with SME for Space, we are working on it, and we are preparing now a file and some actions there to reach out to the other investors, the non-space specialized investors. We don't have to compare it with ICT. If we compare it with pharmaceuticals, with biotechnology, you will see that the time frame, that the horizon there is not so different. Ours is even shorter. So we are not that bad. We should not think that the challenges are steep, but we are not bad if you compare it, and that's what we are going to do, to compare it with other industries, not just telecommunications or software industry.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I also really like that you are able to connect this question with the previous question regarding the low profitability. So I think it really explains the topic really well. Now I have one additional question to you, Ms. Fiore, and you mentioned various areas where you receive works. So it's space for cities, for culture, health, sports, maritime, and rural. And where do you see the strongest growth potential in the new future if we're talking about like 2 or 3 years?
Well, I think there is potential in all these areas of activities. And as I said, I mean, in the last month, I've seen a lot of insurance companies that are now using satellite data to fine-tune their prices, which is convenient for them, but also for their customers. And concerning macroeconomics, satellite data and Earth observation data in particular has the potential to provide real data that is sometimes inaccessible for some regions of the world, or that is made available in official reports after 3 or 4 months. So being able to assess factors that are related to economic growth, like the transport of oil or urbanization, or NO2 emissions, will be quite crucial. At the same time, as climate change is becoming more and more unpredictable, I fear that Earth observation will play an increasingly important role in monitoring environmental parameters to prevent and monitor risks associated to climate change.
Yeah, thank you. And also talking about the unpredictability, I have one follow-up question. It's, do you think that the COVID and the pandemic opened some new areas for the companies, and or it just broadened the activities that were already.
I will say that it made, I will say that it made economic developments even more unpredictable. So I wouldn't talk about, probably, the digital sector has been boosted, or anyway, we saw that there is a need to further digitalize the society. I'm not sure that it is a wish of the community. So.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't think. I wouldn't talk about benefits of the COVID.
We are not here to. I totally agree. Now let's continue here with Michal. I'm sorry, some technical issues that are resolved. Question to Michal Trunga. How would you describe the European region from the perspective of venture capitals that are searching for space-related investment opportunities? Do you have any comments to this question?
How would I describe it? From my personal perspective, I would describe it as that my sentiment is quite bullish, but being a bit careful. A bit careful because it's a little bit tricky to deploy capital in a really smart way right now. There are, as with any emerging new technologies or new verticals, currently there is a little bit of mismatch between how the capital is deployed and what the actual market really needs. So some of the types of companies and types of stages are getting a little bit speculative and irrational valuations. So it's definitely a good area to be involved in, but it needs to be a little bit thinking about it and a little bit of creativity when it comes to the investment. And because there is not much creativity at the moment. So when you look at the VC investors in Central Europe and in Europe in general, like all the investors are competing basically for the same deals, and some of the areas are really hot, while some of the gaps on the markets are really not administered by anybody and are being completely ignored. So there is high competition in specific type of stages and specific type of companies. So by stage, for example, what I mean is that looking at the European and space vertical VC activities, most of the activities is in the seed stage. So this is usually the stage of the company which is post-revenue, it's getting the initial traction. It's right before the scaling. It's quite a proven, basically, business model, at least from the initial MVP, etc. And this is the hottest area right now. And not many actors are focusing on that. And there is quite a risk averseness for the stages before and after, because for before the risk is of course higher of startup failure, and after because not many players are allocating that much capital into the space vertical to be really relevant in the later stages as well. So and also when it comes to the types of companies in space vertical, like I was already mentioning this, but for example, deep tech, hardware, and heavy capital expenditure of projects, they are really exciting and really in the long term high potential, but they are mostly being ignored by VC players for now.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Thank you very much for your insight. And while we are still in the startup area, a question for you, Jakub Lyman, is you already mentioned that you are now located in the US. So my question is, what do you see as the biggest difference between the starting point for startup companies in US and Europe?
Mm-hmm. I think related to this financing, I think definitely it's something what was known before, that it's kind of the simpler to access the capital here, and from I think applied to this our industry, I think it's also reflected by accessibility to this really high risk capital to start. Yeah, because a lot of these space tech companies, are the hardware companies or the capital intense. So I think this is something what is so helpful here, that you have the capital for this really risky part before you just to try your idea. So this is one of the biggest difference. Then I think it's also kind of the mentality that in general here, you have this approach that you can try it, so you don't see something as inaccessible. And I think this was also mentioned before that I think the people in Europe, and including myself a few years ago, had like no idea that like it's really possible like to do some business in space, or like to do some space project, you know, in Slovakia or Czech Republic. And I think just this kind of the overview and the communication that is really possible. You know, there are the companies, there are the research centers and research teams, you know, in Central and Eastern Europe, working actively for many years, like in space. That this awareness is something what's going to really help the Europeans to see, you know, everything is possible, like the people that are in the US. And I think another part is maybe the cooperation with the universities, as this area is really connected to the research centers and, you know, the universities. I see that in Europe, on the universities I have the contact to, there is a rising trend to like go deep with the cooperation with the industry during the study, and really like have the practical and gain the practical experience as a student. But I think, you know, in the US, this is something what especially the private universities before, you know, of these like most of these big ones are already doing for many years. So I think this connection, I'm really glad that I see that in Europe, that there are the activities, you know, connecting and making this connection between the university, academia, and the industry deeper and deeper. So I think these are the major differences we see from our perspective, that it's you know, accessibility to this high risk capital, which is necessary, you know, to really be able to start the idea. Then this connection with the research and the industry at the end, and then this like mentality that is possible, and also like this willingness to take the risk. Yeah, because all this stuff, starting the business is about some kind of the risk, and it's not only about the capital. So I think that's what I would summarize the difference from our perspective.
Yeah, thank you for summarizing the differences and also mentioning the universities. I see that we have one a question regarding the universities in Slido, and I would like to ask Mr. Brackne, can you see any adaptiveness of university programs or faculties in Europe following the new space challenges?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So can you see any adaptiveness of university programs and faculties in Europe that are following the new space challenges?
Your examples of universities who are doing so? Oh, well, we certainly have examples of universities that are cooperating with industry and that are working in space programs. But to give you just an example of where they are doing it with new space, no, not just like that. Well, the biggest example, but then we go back some part in history, is of course Surrey, which is no longer an SME, by the way, but Surrey Space, which is now one of the major manufacturers of small satellites, which started as a new space company avant la lettre. But that's, no, to be honest, just to give an example like that, sorry, this is not part of my knowledge. No.
It's completely okay. Thank you for trying to explain this question, so we can end it with the most abortic question that's also for you, and it's the European space sector seems to be rather well established and restricted to new players. How to help SMEs to get over these constraints?
Yeah. Well, again, there are this can be done, or many actions needs to be taken there. I will give two. First, I think that, look, we look at European and national governmental institutions to provide money, but I think we cannot stress enough for us, their main role of them is to be an anchor customer. And that is also in the United States, by the way. If you read now the latest ESA or EU documents, it's like them willing to organize a capital market. No, they should also devote more attention to their role as an anchor customer. I think that should not be underestimated. Secondly, and that's I mentioned it at the very beginning here, is that small programming. We have these flagship programs. We need them. The European flagship programs, Ariane, Copernicus, and so on. But next to these, we always stress the need for small programming, where SMEs, where startups can be in the lead, where they can fail, but where they can offer services that are much more than what can be done, normally SMEs are taught to be able to deliver. So small programming next to the big flagships programs is something that needs to be done to give the SMEs that starting point, that level that is required for them to really take up in the new space environment.
Thank you very much. I think we can close this session with this practical question regarding the SMEs. And I would like to thank to all of you for taking your time and sharing your experience with us, Mr. Brackene, Ms. Fiore, Mr. Chonga, and Mr. Lyman. And I hope that we will see each other during the next conference that will hopefully take place in person. So, ladies and gentlemen, please keep in mind that we still have 2 more sessions to go. The third session on emerging space domains will start at 3 p.m. Central European Time. Please do enjoy the rest of the conference. Goodbye.
I'm sorry, small technical difficulties. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Emerging Space Conference 2021. It is my great pleasure and honor to be here today with you. My name is Daniel Shagat, and I am the International Cooperation Manager at the Slovak Space Office Industry Branch. The human space activities are not anymore about only astronauts, exploration of distant worlds, or TV broadcasting. Over the 70 years of space activities, these emerge to a complex set of domains of technology and innovation. I'm here today to discuss new emerging space domains with renowned people from different backgrounds, from international industry associations, satellite development, space-based data users, venture capitals, or innovators bringing new technologies or from space. But before moving to our panel discussion, it is my great pleasure and honor to introduce you our keynote speaker, Mr. Olivier Lemaitre, the chairman of the biggest European space industry association, ESD Eurospace. Dear Olivier, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you very much for welcoming me to this conference. It's a pleasure, and I see a growing interaction between the Slovak Space Office and Eurospace, which I'm very happy to acknowledge. Before I move on to the specific theme of the session, first let me introduce myself very quickly. So I'm, as you said, Secretary General of Eurospace. Eurospace being the association that represents the European space manufacturing sector. So we are only talking about the upstream part. So my members are the companies that are developing satellites, launcher, and associated ground segments. And roughly we represent our companies, our members represent roughly 90% of the turnover of the manufacturing sector in Europe. And before I move on to the specific topic of this session, let me first perhaps brief you very quickly about what is the European space sector today. And for this, let me share a few slides. Don't worry, I only have 3 slides. Here we are. And I hope it's working. Yes, no, nope, obviously not. I think, Daniel, that you have to allow the sharing of my slide. If it doesn't work, don't worry.
Let me see. My technical support just left the room.
Okay, never mind.
I will check it detail. Please
don't worry. It's not a problem. I will simply work with the figures. I don't have that many in any case. So my first point, perhaps, to briefly introduce the point is that if we compare today Europe with the rest of the world, first we have to acknowledge that Europe is the 4th space power, way beyond the United States, China, and even Russia. That's first thing to know to understand the rest of the presentation. And we also have to take into account the fact that when we are talking about Europe as a space power, it's a bit of intellectual. Yes, thank you. I see it's working, right?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. So let me enlarge my screen. Super. So you see here in orange the small part. So this is the contribution, the level of activity, of space activity of Europe with comparison to the rest of the world. The reason why those figures are shown in tons and not in dollars or euro is actually easy to understand. It is very easy to have a good level of knowledge about the mass of satellites launched in orbit by the US, Russia, or China, or Europe, of course. But when it comes to budget, European budgets are very easily accessible. The US ones too, but when you go to China and Russia, then the budgets are a bit more complicated to obtain. So we are using mass as an indicator. So first point, Europe now is a fourth space power, and as I was saying, we are the fourth when we combine budgets and activity that are actually not coordinated. Member states in Europe have all different activities, and in addition to that, you put the activity of the European Union. So it's not like the space. Not like the US or in China, where everything is more coordinated. Second interesting figure explain the exposition of Europe to the commercial market, and this is key. This is really the key characteristic of the European space sector. If you look here, the market represented by domestic institutional, so institutional customers in Europe, it's very small if you compare to the US, to Russia, even to Japan, and of course to China. But on the other hand, European industry is making a lot of business on commercial and exports that are markets where we are in competition. Still, we are making, in comparison to the domestic institutional market, we are making a lot of our activity on the commercial and export market, much more actually than in comparison than the US industry. And this is really key to understand the European space sector because it has as a consequence our vital need to be competitive, and therefore our vital need to have our competitiveness supported, in particular through R&D programs. And then my final slide relates to the industry employment by country, which also explain a bit the particularity of the European space sector. And you see that most of the employment takes place in France, Germany, Italy, and to a lesser extent in Spain and Belgium. And this explains also the difficulty in actually developing a European-wide approach to space, because by definition, when Europe is doing something in space, by definition, it comes back more to a handful of member states, and therefore the need, if we want to continue to push for an increased role of Europe in space, the need to get the interest of those countries that are not very well with a lot of activity in space, and this is of course also the interest of the conference today. So I will stop here with my slides to now address, yes, here we are, the theme of the session today. What are actually the trends that are affecting the European space industry today? I will concentrate on the threats, the opportunities, the technology application, and then the promises and challenges of what we call new space, which is a very trendy topic today in Europe. So I will start with the threats in order to be more positive afterwards. The threats today are many. On the market side, we see our traditional commercial markets that are shrinking. The big market for geostationary telecommunications satellites are really shrinking. but also we see our market that are shifting in the sense that more and more the space industry is not really asked to provide an infrastructure, but more and more to become a partner in providing solutions, providing services. So more and more we see that our customers are not only willing to simply, I would say, buy satellites, but they are willing more and more in bringing the industry into the development of common solutions. This is really a trend. Of course, as we all know, we are lacking private investors. Contrary to what we hear very often, we do not really perceive that there is a huge problem in Europe. The level of private investment in space in Europe is comparable to the one in the US, if you remove the big ones such as SpaceX. But if you look at the recent SP report on private investment in space, the level of private investment is comparable. But still, there is a lack of private investor. But we can explain it mostly because there is a lack of an obvious market. And therefore, lack of market means insecurity on the return on investment and a certain carefulness of private investors. We see certain threats regarding public financing. We see growth at national level, which is interesting, but still the growth at national level in Europe do not compensate yet for the market downturn that we are living through. There is also a danger of loss of attractiveness, I would say, at European level for space. Even though we see the budget of the EU in space growing significantly, we still witness tension between, I would say, sovereignty issue and open market policy. So there is this tension between more sovereignty and between open market. And we also have to acknowledge that even though the role of the EU in space is growing, it is still contested within the EU institution. And what is contested is actually the role of the EU as a provider of public services infrastructure. Then another very well-known threat is the very unbalanced geographical political interest. Still today, we see that member states in Europe or space in Europe is much more driven by techno-push and therefore pushed by a few member states than it is being driven by demand-pulled. And which is a bit unfortunate because the push, as I shown in one of the slides, the push concerns only a handful of member states, while the demand for space-based service could actually concern certainly the 27 member states. So we see an evolution, but it's a bit slow. Then, of course, we have this issue that we do not have an industrial policy for space at European level, as it is the case in the US or in China or in any other space power. And more, it is becoming an issue, certainly when it comes to competitiveness, because the importance to support industry competitiveness is not really well recognized at European level. And then finally, other threats regards the increasing number of regulatory constraints when it comes to environment, which is perfectly normal. And again, I'm not saying that we should be immune to regulatory constraints, but on the other hand, we also see the absence of favorable regulation as they can exist in the US, for instance. So this is a little quick panorama about the threats. Now, let me go to the opportunities, which is more the theme of your session, Daniel, today. So general opportunities that we identify today concerned a growing demand for space-based operational services. Let me insist on the word operational. We see that there is an increased need to monitor the environment worldwide, but in particular at EU level. We know that environmental management, mitigation against the effect of climate change are important political topics at European level, so there is an increased demand to monitor the environment. There is also an increased role of Europe in security and crisis operation. It is slow, but it is moving. And finally, there is also an increased reliance of the economy on data and on connectivity. And unfortunately, this has been demonstrated by the impact of the COVID crisis. We have all witnessed the need to have good connectivity. Other opportunities concern the fact that we expect that additional sources of public investment are feasible, in particular when it comes to defense and for instance, if you look at the European Defence Fund, it's a new source of public funding where space is expected to play a role. Other opportunities at political level concern the increasing importance of strategic autonomy and sovereignty, and on non-independence, of course, which is expected to increase the political importance of space in Europe. And then we see also quite recently a renewed political interest for space exploration with an increased role for private actors, which is very new in exploration. Then a few trends in technology application to address those opportunities that I've identified. What we see in telecommunication is really the revolution in LEO constellation. Clearly, the revolution ongoing in telecommunication concerns those big LEO constellation, but also we see this trend in telecommunication when it comes to security and cyber security, but also security of your signal. This is clearly an important trend today. In Earth observation, there is this whole data revolution in Earth observation, with the introduction of artificial intelligence, machine learning, all those cloud solutions, and of course onboard processing. So this is really a topic that is moving very, very fast, including the increased role of private companies in delivering Earth observation services. And I invite the Slovak space sector to also follow closely the discussion about the evolution of Copernicus second generation, where both at ESA and EU level there is this willingness to increase the role of private companies. Then other technology application that we see emerging quite quickly are all those applications related to on-orbit operation, space traffic management, and so on. So space as a way to do space business, but not only focused towards the Earth, but also business in space. This is clearly growing fast. We have the future plans for human exploration with human life support, in situ resource utilization that are also growing importance. But let me focus perhaps a bit more on the security sector, where we see the EU more and more becoming a security actor. And of course, it will also require that industry adapt to this new role of the EU as a security actor, the space industry, I mean, because to address security-related demand for European customers in the field of security, those customers actually need operational services rather than just infrastructure, as I was saying in the beginning. So this is the trend, and perhaps it's a bit more acute in the security sector. But also to address security-related demands for European customers and to work with the new instruments that exist at EU level, they all require international and trans-European collaboration. So at industry level, but also at customer level. So if we want space to become more part of those security activities at European level, I think that more transnational collaboration between companies, but also between countries, would be important. The trend that we also see in security concerned the general concept of resilient space infrastructure. that can be addressed in through two topics. First, through satellite platforms and payloads that would be suited for independent and intelligent situational awareness capabilities, so onboard sensors, automated maneuvers, inspection capabilities. That's one trend. The other trend is also related to the capability to quickly deploy or replace lost space assets with responsive space launch capabilities. So, and also by developing standardized satellite platforms and interface to serve different missions, which could be stored and quickly launched. And we know that it's also part of the business model of those new launcher operators that we see emerging in Europe. And then finally, let me perhaps conclude the part on security with this secure connectivity initiative that we all know that is being launched by the Commission. I think that it should not only be seen in isolation, such as a telecom infrastructure, but it should also be seen as a way to provide real-time services complementing and augmenting Galileo and Copernicus. We know that ESA is working on that, for instance. And clearly the combination of this new security connectivity initiative plus Copernicus and Galileo could certainly interest emergency bodies, search and rescue and maritime securities, for instance. And it will require several technological challenges to be addressed, such as onboard processing capabilities, standardization of inter-satellite communication, flexible and reconfigurable payloads. This is it for the moment. I don't know how much time I have left. I think I'm run out of time, Daniel. So do not hesitate to interrupt me.
Please, you have
Okay, I've just 5 minutes. I wanted to conclude by the topic of new space, and we see that in Europe, at European level, we hear more and more policymakers discussing about new space. So let me first explain a bit the way we do understand new space in industry. And we see that worldwide there is an increased number of projects that are supported by new actors and through new business models. So the key characteristic of what is being called new space is first shared cost and risk between public agencies and industries. Then you have the transfer of control of key program characteristics from public to private. So in place of having the public sector defining exactly what it wants in terms of technical specification, industry is left with more freedom to control the key characteristic of the program. And then you have the expectation that by sharing differently the cost and risk between public agency and industry and giving more freedom to the private sector to define the program, you would create new avenues for profit on the commercial markets or on secondary markets. So we see this all relates to the general tendency today of investors, public and private, to support the development of solutions rather than purely infrastructure. So I think that new business models will rely on integrated approaches from infrastructure to services. But let me also briefly explain that new space, it's about those characteristics that I just explained, but it's also a promise. And it's a promise for more affordable space infrastructure, satellite and launch services that would be so cheap that previously unsustainable business case would actually become profitable. And this promise fits three different expectations in the medium term. Deployment of constellation that provide internet broadband services through the planet. Deployment of constellation to provide real-time monitoring of the Earth. And the introduction of new launch services and solutions to support large-scale satellite deployment driven by this new prospective demand. But in the end, this promise boils down to projecting a space market in exponential growth. We have no certainty about this today. So perhaps to conclude, I would say that if we want to promote a new space approach, there are a few big questions that we need to answer. If we shift from a system where industry sells satellite to public agencies, as it was in the past, or to traditional operators, towards a system where industry becomes part of a much more open scheme, such as providing a part of a solution, then the big question that needs to be asked are the following one. What is going to be sold exactly? Are we going to sell an infrastructure, the usage of an infrastructure, data, value-added services? This need to be clearly defined. So we will use it. It's by definition a very good question for a private company. Who is going to use your solution? Who will operate it? Will it be the producer or a different operator? And who will pay for it? And we know that in space it's not always easy. The one who pays are not usually or not frequently actually the real user. So will it be a public administration that will pay for it? Will it be an operator? Will it be a service provider? Or will it be the end user? And I think these are the main questions to be asked when we are talking about new space in Europe. I think I have not been too long, and this would conclude my speech today.
Thank you very much, Olivier. I had one question ready for you, but it seems rather complicated and it would take too long. But I would like to ask you even simpler one. We are talking about the emerging space domains, and emerging space domains are very closely related to the innovations. How do you think the innovation or accepting the innovations in the space sector are difficult or easy for well-established players?
I think it's the situation is a bit the same, both for well-established players and for new ones. Actually, the situation is comparable. First, there is this general risk aversion in space. Introducing an innovation is introducing a risk, especially when it comes to technology that will be deployed in orbit. If you launch it, you better be sure that it will work, simply because the price of a launch is a strong barrier. Then, in general, in Europe, the level of support for research, development, and innovation is actually way too low with comparison to our ambition and with comparison especially to what the other space powers are doing. So we are not financing enough in Europe research, development, and innovation. Not enough and not well enough. Not enough in terms of budget, but not well enough in the sense that it's completely uncoordinated. And as I was saying, the voice of the private sector, so the ones that are going to be in competition in the end, is certainly not well enough taken into account. And then I think it concerns both, contrary to what I think is the general impression, introducing innovation in the sense of introducing new services, for instance, it also requires an innovative approach on the public side when it comes to procurement methods. I think that my colleague Hans Brakenet from SME for Space has also mentioned new procurement approaches such as anchor tenancies. For instance, there are other ways of procuring space than simply procurement, PPP, anchor tenancies. Other approaches could be used, and perhaps our public customer might be more creative. So it's not to conclude, introducing innovation is not easy, but I think it's the same both for small companies and for big companies. In addition, for smaller companies, we know that there are barriers that in my sense, would be easy to overcome. Red tape is something that should be addressed, for instance, when it comes more for smaller companies.
Thank you very much, Olivier. Excellent answer. I think it was an excellent kickoff for the following panel discussion, because indeed the new space topic and risk with the new technology application and innovation is very important to discuss. And thank you, Olivier, for being us here with today. And now I will go right to introducing our panelists. The first on my list is our panelist from Estonia, Kai Isant, the CEO of Event Tornado. Welcome, Kai.
Hello.
The second panelist is representative from the Slovakian company bringing new innovative approaches to space sector, Mr. Juraj Zamečník, CEO from 3EPK. Welcome, Juraj.
Thank you, Daniel. Hello, everyone.
The next one is representative from a very successful Slovakian startup company in EO services, Mr. Makuš Bakom, the CEO of INSAR. Welcome, Makuš.
Thanks, Daniel. Good afternoon.
Nice to see you. The next on my list is a person who has a great overview of what is emerging in space in the global sphere and has a great experience with the venture capital, Mr. Rafael Röttgen. Welcome, Rafael.
Hi there. Hi, everybody. Thanks.
And the last but not least on my speakers list is a representative of a small satellite development company, a company behind multiple successful small satellite stories, and actually one of the first Slovakian satellite, Mr. Jakub Kapuš, the CEO from Space Manik. Welcome, Jakub, in our panel.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for coming here today and going to share with us your ideas. And I have prepared some kickoff questions for each of you panelists. And for the audience, please don't forget that we have still our Slido available for you. Just go to the webpage of Slido, add the hashtag emerging space, and ask our panelists your questions. And also we have run for you a poll, which is asking what is, in your opinion, the most emerging space domain in space. So I will try to do my best, and we'll get to the question from the audience as well as the questions for my side to the panelists. My first question goes to Kai. How important are hackathons and similar activities in attracting new domains to space and perhaps from the space? You are a representative of a company that has a huge experience with the hackathons. So what do you think are the most important elements?
Hi, yeah, thank you for the question. I was gonna lay down some context myself as well. Why am I answering this kind of question? And I'm talking about hackathons. I'm really happy to be in this panel of experts on actual space domain, and I'm really excited to hear your answers, because talking about hackathons is really just talking about more tools than the actual expertise, right? We use hackathons to build the community around the space domain and the space industry. And with then Garage 48, which is a hackathon organizing company, we started in 2016 with the very first Space Tech Hackathon. And now, actually this weekend, we're going live with a big Space Tech Europe online hackathon. So really, I think the evolution of these hackathons have been immense, and then really, being the one starting it and really knocking on all the doors here in Estonia to get people to join in was interesting experience. And now I can see that really it has picked up. We are not the only ones organizing the hacks in this domain. So I am really talking about the tools here, and I see that my colleagues and panelists here are more in the talking about the expertise and really the content of these new domains. But to come back to your question, Daniel, then I think the important elements really are, like I mentioned about the evolution, is just looking at hackathons not as kind of like an event on its own, but really as part of a bigger ecosystem, right? And if we talk about I can tell you about the first experience, kind of going to here in Estonia. We had the very first satellite program called EstCube. And then when I knocked on their door to say that right now, let's take 48 hours, come out from your labs and your daily work and come and hack something. Then first, of course, they were just like, you can go and do your hackathon by yourself. Like, we have some serious, important stuff. Like, we have payload to build, so we don't have time for hacking. But I think it really has evolved that we now, kind of push this business view of things and really coming up with new ideas and validating them through hackathons and kind of grabbing the really the scientists, the people that are working with things going up, actually to look at the stuff that is going down as well, right? So when I look at the events that we have done, we started with hardware hackathons, satellite programs, students, scientists coming and thinking about things that they can build, but then very quickly we evolved into data hackathons and really started looking at what's coming down. We invited ESA and GSA. We used the data sets that they have. So I think hackathons really, like, the important crucial element, then coming back to the question, is that hackathons should go where the challenges are, right? So really kind of listening, and I think I'm right in the right place as well, listening to what are the emerging trends, where are the biggest challenges, and then just organizing events, right? Because we always say with Garage that hackathons are not these startup fabrics, right? That you put ideas in from one side and then big ideas come out from the other side, or ready-made businesses. It's really about just getting people to come together, start putting in juniors and seniors, and really looking at what kind of new topics and themes we need to offer to the, let's say, hackathon community, right? Like people that are interested in coming together and really thinking about new ideas. So I think that's, like the most crucial element, I would say, is that we actually keep on looking at new themes, and that we don't have this expectation for hackathons that, we'll have one event 48 hours and then our next big thing is going to be there. I think, looking at the space tech hackathons we've done, starting from 2016, as I said, I'm really happy that I see the same people coming to join the events, right? And they are people that want to hire. They are people that have been doing, kind of spin-off companies themselves, people that want to just come and validate things, want to meet new people. So really kind of like a small community, started in Estonia, has grown a lot bigger, and now we can really, reach out with the event this weekend, reaching out to the regional community. So yeah, I think we need to kind of be part of the evolution, and that's the important element there.
Thank you very much for supporting and the dynamics and being part of the evolution. Now I will actually go through the some sort of evolutionary approaches in the space sector. Juraj, you are a company that works around the blockchain concepts, and you have an experience in the non-space sectors with the blockchain technology. Tell us something about your company, and maybe already try to answer my questions, how easy or difficult it is to bring the blockchain concepts to a space industry.
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Daniel, and for inviting me to this distinguished forum. Exactly as you said, we're a company called 3IPK. We are a startup originating from Slovakia, and indeed we believe that there is a huge potential in using blockchain technology in multiple industrial sectors outside of fintech, of course, where most of the people, of course, knows blockchain is the technology supporting the cryptocurrency. This was how it was started back in the day with Bitcoin and then with other cryptocurrencies. And this is a kind of legacy that also links with this technology, right? If you mentioned, now maybe a bit less, but a few years ago when we were starting, you mentioned blockchain and everyone said, oh, this is some cryptocurrency and tax avoidance system. I don't want to know anything about that. But where the value really comes from for highly regulated sectors, and we, as 3IPK, we have started in the sector of aviation. So the sectors where there is a high requirement on compliance with certain processes and where the supply chains are very deep and very wide. This is where it makes sense because blockchain allows for immutable data recording, which is not possible with other systems, automatic traceability, and high data security. So we thought there is a very good, let's say, philosophical fit with the aviation industry. So this is where we started. And when you think of aviation, you obviously the next thing is you go one barrier beyond to space. So we looked at space. In aviation, obviously, one of the strong requirements is the safety of the products. Aircraft are relatively safe. We take them very often when there is no COVID. And in the space industry, also for manned missions, of course, but for the other mission, and this was mentioned also in the keynote, the very important thing is the reliability of the products. And again, there is a very deep and wide supply chain, so the very strong emphasis on data. And this is how we transfer to space industry. And now you mentioned you ask how easy or difficult it is to really penetrate into that market. Obviously, for example, in Europe, usually those are very long-term established market with big players, corporations, and the main challenge, even though this technology clearly attracts interest because it might be kind of a game-changing technology. We hope so and believe so for sure. But the challenge is also it changes also the way you do business, the way you manage your processes and the supply chain. And this is currently the hurdle that we are facing and that we have to go through in order to attract wide application of this new technology. For example, considering the existing systems. So this would be my answer in the first round.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Indeed, very inspiring, and seeing your company coming from the fintech to the space sector, it's amazing story to be told, and I'm very much looking forward to your next achievements. I would like to ask a question because it's very similar story in terms of bringing some new ideas. Matusz, your company and your idea is using a space-based data, so it's a so-called downstream sector. How do you see your ideas growing, and what are the constraining and enabling factors for your company and your new innovations in Earth observation data use in non-space sectors?
Yeah, so we have been established in 2015 as a company dedicated to Earth observation, specifically to monitoring infrastructure stability. So basically, we use satellite data in order to detect millimetric displacements over objects of strategic importance, like airports, buildings, bridges, dams, and even whole cities. So in Slovakia, for example, we are dedicated to monitoring landslides and slope failures. And if you are asking about the new technology, so maybe to complement Kai's inputs about hackathons, unfortunately, I've joined my first hackathon as a mentor just last month, organized with the Slovak Space Office. But the principle of hackathons, I guess, are supported even at the university. So pretty much the focused, long-term, determined approach in achieving our goals. So basically, from the beginning, we have been oriented on the quality of our outputs, on a long-term side of the business, basically. And I would maybe suggest for others who are thinking of new technologies, how they could be applied, as well as blockchain, very, very popular nowadays, to keep curiosity alive, and basically hackathons are a good way how to keep curiosity alive. But the most important thing is to address the end user needs, end user requirements, and maybe to address added value of future products and new technologies. And this is where we are specialized. We try to make our point clouds, our deformation maps, easily understandable by non-expert users. So in order to provide them with actionable insights, we need to generate other type of a product which uses data mining as well, so they can make decisions based on a simple added value product that they can use in their everyday life.
Thank you very much for your answer. And indeed, the applicability and customizability of new ideas is a very important element. Now I will ask a question from a different part of the space activities, the upstream activities, to Jakub. Jakub, you are representing a very successful business case in small satellite development. But on the other hand, the small satellite market is fastly and dynamically growing. My question is, what are the constraining elements and factors to stay in the business in such a very fast growing market with a fast growing competition? And maybe you can tell us a little bit more about the success story itself.
Yeah, thank you very much also for the invitation for this conference. Yeah, so I'm from SpaceManic, which is a company focusing on delivering small nanosatellite and small satellite solutions for the customer. We have our own components, and we are also providing like a turnkey service for the customer, from mission design and development to mission operations. So basically, we can handle the whole process for the customer. He came with some idea of customer has some payload, and we can bring his idea and his dream into the space. Yeah, and about the advantages and disadvantages. So the main advantage is, I think, that we entered this business very early at the beginning, when the new space market was in its emergence, you know. So I think this is very important. But disadvantage was that we were growing in the country, which was not very developed in the space area. So there wasn't any mechanisms. Slovakia wasn't even a member of the European Space Agency or you know, in the PEX program. So it was very hard to do something in the country like that, but we are very happy that it's going better now, and there are opportunities, there are hackathons, there are opportunities for startups, etc. And I think other disadvantage is that when you are working in this area, you simply cannot do any mistake, and if you are a startup company, it pays twice, because if you put a component in the satellite which will not be working in space, or you choose some bad partner for some project, for example, so it can go very wrong after that. And if you are a small company, it can be even an end for your startup or for the company. But what is basically great is that the new space area is the whole new area, the whole new business. We are able to send the satellite to space in 6 months from signing the agreement to the launch, and this was unable to reach this kind of success before in the old space times, because in that time you can just write some proposal for a European Space Agency and then wait maybe many years to bring your product or bring your idea to space, and now it is possible to do it in several months. And the last thing is that, yeah, there are many companies now which are entering the small satellite market, but our main advantage is that we have already 2 satellites on orbit, and then there will be another 3 satellites in 6 months from now, which we are now designing and developing in our laboratories. So I think this is the main advantage, and to have actually the experience with the missions in space. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jakub. Indeed, you have pointed and reconnected the points of Olivier from the keynote speech, especially the risk awareness of the technologies and towards the new innovations. Raphael, I left you as the last person in this first round of questions for a purpose, because I wanted to give first the floor the representative of businesses and hackathons to do their pitches. And you, as a person from the VC environment, and also the VC environment based in America and the United States, my first question for you is, of course, maybe too obvious. What are the differences between the VC environment in the US and Europe? And maybe rather than focusing on those differences, I would turn this question to more, what are the differences between the mindsets of the entrepreneurs here in Europe, helping them to get the VC and helping them or motivating them to bring more customer-sized products? And of course, please tell us something about yourself.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here. As you said, I'm a space-focused venture capitalist through my fund management firm E2MC Ventures. We have a couple of funds which are investing in space companies from the seed stage onwards. And as you said, the funds are technically US. I am actually German, and I spend a lot of my time in Europe, and about half of our portfolio is in Europe. So we care deeply about the European space ecosystem, and we're very bullish on the European space ecosystem. But to answer your question, if you widen this sort of to deep tech in general, or even technology in general, I think we have fantastic entrepreneurs in Europe. I mean, look, the numbers, for example, number of unicorns speak for themselves, and I think everybody knows the examples of like a Klarna, for example, is a recent example of a fantastically successful European company. I do think we have the potential to have that in space tech as well, because for example, we have very good engineers, very good engineering schools producing very good engineers in Europe. And we also have some, old established, very solid aerospace companies that, again, train some of these, graduating engineers and give them even more knowledge. And then some of these people, can leave those companies in the same way that in the US, young engineers leave SpaceX and Blue Origin and set up space companies. Now, of course, Europe is behind the US, and part of that is just historical. I mean, the whole venture capital ecosystem is a few decades behind the US. It just started later, so to some extent, that's normal. There's, of course, cultural differences, and I suspect I'm probably repeating some of the things that Olivier said in the intro. But look, there's on general probably a higher level of risk aversion in Europe than in the US, and that goes across the board, right? It's actually not so much the entrepreneurs. I think the entrepreneurs are risk taking, but it's more on the financing side. And it's not only people on the VC side, the fact that you probably have fewer real deep tech investors than you have in the US, but it's also the people who invest in VC funds, right? What we call a limited partners, your typical pension fund or family office, on average, with some laudable exceptions, is going to be more conservative in the US. And, that's the cultural differences. Some of that we can fix by education. There's still a lot of, prejudice against the space sector. It's government driven, it's very expensive, very long timelines. And some of that is true and justified, but it's a little bit too simplistic, and education of the investors can certainly help here. There's some other things where I think we have to be careful in Europe that we don't, unnecessarily, widen the advantage of let's say the US. For example, you now see that actually we have started to have exits of space startups, right? You see a number of listings on a stock exchange in the US, partly via SPAC mergers and partly via traditional IPOs. And the more you have that happen, that more it means the capital markets infrastructure for space in the US is being built out, and it's kind of gaining an advantage over the US, because now if you are a European space company at an advanced stage and thinking about, well, I want to list, should I do this in Europe and the US? The answer at the moment anyway is almost certainly going to be in the US. I'm going to stop here. I could go on.
Sure. Excellent answer. Maybe in one or two sentences, talking about the emerging space domains and venture capital, what do you think are the most catchy new themes, emerging domains for venture capitals here in Europe?
Well, let me just give you a couple of examples, I guess, because we don't have that much time. So if you look at what space actually gives us, sometimes I boil it down to sort of three special elements, right? One is you have a special perspective, right, which is pretty obvious, right? So you kind of go away from the Earth, you can sort of do things like remote sensing, or you can, do use satellite communications, right? So one thing is just perspective or geometry or whatever you want to call it, right? And that we have been using for decades now, right, for remote sensing and satellite communications. The last application, or one of the last applications probably using that aspect of space, the special perspective, is space tourism, which of course is now starting, as we all know. A second special thing that space gives you, which we haven't really used that much, is that you have special conditions in space, namely microgravity, right? And a few others, microgravity, hard vacuum, I guess a special radiation environment. And we haven't really used that so much other than in experimental context. But now you have a very interesting, start of some business models which basically want to go beyond experimenting in space, but actually start manufacturing products in space, precisely using these special conditions that you have. Again, it's mostly about microgravity, and that's something that we're watching with very great interest. It's sort of a typical application of new space in the sense that Olivier was mentioning, that you have the cheaper costs. Producing something in space did not make any economic sense whatsoever until very recently, and now it starts slowly to make sense for certain high value products. So that's one example. Another example is that in remote sensing, we're moving beyond the very traditional applications, and the most traditional ones, I guess, would be things like weather or national security, towards a whole host of use cases for almost any sector on Earth you can think of, whether that's insurance or oil and gas or metals and mining. I mean, you name it. And I think that's only just starting. And that's also something we're watching. And as one of the speakers before me mentioned, it's very much about understanding your end markets. And actually, even though we have a lot of startups for now, we don't have a lot of startups that actually understand the end markets. So it's still a huge opportunity. And it's an opportunity that also showed an opportunity for European entrepreneurs, because Europe has some of the biggest companies in the world in many sectors who could be customers of such business models. So there you have two examples, one being basically downstream EO, very much focused on B2B end markets, and the other one would be in space manufacturing.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I asked this question because now I want to turn to Slido for a moment, and I'm reminding our audience that you still have an opportunity to ask the questions on the Slido. And I will go to the pools, and I'm very much curious, what are the answers for so far for the question, what is, in your opinion, the most emerging space domain? And we have EO applications for food security, quantum communication, artificial intelligence-driven data mining, orbital manufacturing, blockchain, in-orbit servicing, EO application in medicine, and of course, small launchers. I think these are an excellent answers, and I think some of them are very much relates to yours, Raphael. And now I will turn to Kai again, our hackathon representative. And I'm very much curious. I will ask you a very light question. Is it possible to create $1 million idea within a few hours of hacking?
Great. Yeah, this is what I was touching upon before, right? And you mentioning all of these trends and these emerging domains. I'm guessing, like we don't know enough about them right now to actually produce any results in 48 hours. And I'll come back to my point, right? That hackathons are about building the community, not really, creating these miraculous $1 million ideas. But what I was thinking about with this, this hackathons and getting people together, it's a lot about just the whole world competing for talent, right? And then this is maybe a question to other panelists as well, that, you see that challenge probably every day, right? Like hiring and investing and, putting together companies and businesses. So, we need to really think, what is the kind of unique selling and unique proposition from the space industry as a whole, right? Like we have people that come to hackathons because usually they're driven to solve challenges and they're looking for, new domains, that all the things that you mentioned. But for them to stay and to really start companies and to, go work for space industry companies, I think, it needs to be also looked at from like a future of work point of view. It's not only about the technical challenges, which are of course very exciting, but also is there something that's something extra that we can give? And I think hackathons in that sense are really important, right? Like this is where people that might be interested in the field, they might be coming from totally different domains and just want to check it out basically. And then there is where they meet the companies, the businesses, the big players, and that's where this kind of offer, why should the talent come and join the space industry is. So this is something that we might kind of brainstorm as well here and think about, like what is the exciting part about space industry. And hackathons really, we always kind of emphasize on the fun part of it, and I think people want to work with other cool people. They want to work on great challenges, they want to challenge themselves, and this is what hackathons are all about. But yeah, I think it needs to be kind of like this general offer from the space industry that the talent will pour in and want to come and work with these emerging things that you are talking about here today.
Thank you very much, Kai. Juraj, the blockchain is, according to our audience, one of the most emerging space domain. What do you think will be the future of the blockchain technology in space? What will be the feedback or secondary trend based on merging two difficult and different environments, the blockchain and space?
So anyway, you just say like that, blockchain in space, then my answer would be obviously that the moon base would be run purely on blockchain with some cryptographic economy on other planets. But to become more serious, I think the future of blockchain generally is quite bright for industrial implementations. It's just the question of time and the agility to get it really through. And so one may say, and I'm happy that there's also a VC investor here on board, because we obviously talk to lots of VC investors, and some of them are more generalists and tell you, okay, this is too complicated, too far away, already doing something in space, not possible. And some of them have, let's say, more understanding or see the more perspective. So we're happy about that. And it is partially right, of course, also that there is this challenge. So I think the next step is really to demonstrating the value of blockchain in the overall processes, in the end-to-end processes. So this is something we focus really on, so that companies, I don't know, when we work with Thales, for example, right, that they can really try it out and put hands on blockchain. So to have kind of boots on ground, because this is very, very difficult. Because obviously, I mentioned about the, let's say, legacy of blockchain, and it used to be a few years ago, right, that a startup wanted to raise a bit more money, so they put the blockchain everywhere, and then they get to double valuation or something like that. It's not like that anymore, for sure. So I think it's getting much more and more of substance. And so it is really about implementing the concrete solutions with various business players. So most of them are the big corporates, as I mentioned, and this is what we address, for example, with companies like Thales or Airbus and the similar ones. But also there is a big value for SMEs or even small businesses, but especially also for startups, because a startup wants to go and has some cool solution that bigger players could buy, but they are in front of a regulatory hurdle to meet all of the process requirements, go through the reviews, approve all the data and documentation according to the requirements, actually costs money, and it is also a blocking point. But so kind of a blockchain solutions where you have a pre-programmed way of how you have to comply with some requirements, it's also a very interesting thing, and I think it will be a lot interesting for also to, let's say, speed up this kind of venture aspect of space and putting cool ideas into working in the space business.
Thank you. Indeed, I think your ideas and your technologies are very well connected to points of Raphael of the of the on-orbit operations, they will definitely require some AI and new innovative approaches, as well as Oliver's keynote speech, which mentioned the resilient space infrastructure, the independence and intelligent capabilities in onboard operations. Another emerging, very much supported by the audience, emerging domains are the small launchers. Jakub, you as a representative of a small satellite technology and company, I think this emerging trend of increasing number of launching services is a good news for you then, because it probably decreases the price of launch and even the rapidly increases the possibility to launch in very short time. Therefore, my question is, based on that, what are the trends in small satellite development, giving the opportunity to launch your products more often?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Yes, you are right. The price for the launch services are lower and lower every year. And that's a good thing, because there are many more customers for us. But the most emerging ideas, it was mentioned several times during this conference, that the main advantage, the main power of the nanosatellite or the small satellites are in their number, because you can send them tens or even hundreds into the orbit, and to provide a global, let's say, telecommunication service or a global Earth imaging or something like that. So the constellations and the number of the nanosatellites are the main advantage, I think. But also it is a very powerful tool also for the scientists, because one of our current customers are the scientific group, and they want to build more than 20 nanosatellites, which will be orbiting the Earth on the low orbit for gamma ray burst detecting. And this tool, these nanosatellites, can give them the full sky coverage, and this was unable to do before. So constellations, the commercial services provided by the nanosatellites, also the scientific projects, and even nanosatellites around the moon or around the Mars or other celestial bodies can be very beneficial, because we can, let's say, build the new GPS, the navigational system around the moon for the moon bases in the future, etc. So I think the nanosatellites will have a crucial role also in the solar system exploration, let's say.
You made an excellent point, and it's indeed a technology transfer or collaboration between the industry and academia. Matusz, you are, if I'm not mistaken, you are a person coming from academia to business, and to business with the Earth observation space data. My question is, in your opinion, what are the future trends in Earth observation data sector? Just let me repeat our pool at Slido. Our audience see the future in applications for medicine, application for food security, for example. What is your opinion? What will be the future?
Yeah, I'm still one leg with academia. I'm still giving lectures in Copernicus satellite missions for environmental science. But what will be the future? The topics are many. Satellite onboard processing, like quantum computing, AI, artificial intelligence. I'm surprised that somebody had written into Slido poll artificial intelligence driven data mining, because it's showing enough of competence to discern between data mining and artificial intelligence. And so basically, there are many topics. My main concern is that often, especially in startup environment, those technologies are used only as a buzzwords without further connecting the outputs and the results to real world needs. And I think ultimately that the single most important thing is that products shall bring value, added value, and solve problems of everyday life. Only likewise, those new trends could be successful. So, for example, directly or indirectly, the climate change is affecting how we see the world. So heat waves, extreme weather conditions are affecting networks of highways with tree branches falling down. So it's not difficult to track the vegetation. It's not difficult to focus on technology. Say we are doing artificial intelligent detection of tree branches falling on the highways. But the most difficult thing is to come with a prognosis or come with added value for such product to be successful. And there are plenty of data today. So with all these new trends, as I have mentioned, digital twin Earth, even if you look into Matosinhos manifesto that has been signed a few days ago during EU ministerial meeting in Portugal. So lots of these topics are connected to real world problems. The space is striving to solve the climate change, the Green Deal. And I think this is also the main driver for lots of companies in different market segments, unaddressed market segments like real estate and insurance, where we also foresee our presence in monitoring displacement and stability. So with all of this data, it's difficult to make sense of the outcomes and to interpret the data in a correct way. So basically, I would believe that satellite data, one way or another, will be used further with other companies. But the most important thing is to make sensible measurements, prognosis, and insights, so decision makers could make decisions based on what we are providing as an industry. So that would be for the summary to your question, Daniel.
Thank you, Mateusz. Indeed, it was an excellent vision for the future, and I think Rafael, you can follow up on it. AI, machine learning. We have heard a future navigation system for celestial bodies such as Moon and Mars. All these ideas seem sometimes is from the science fictions, but they are definitely not. And you, as a person very much experienced with the venture capital, and someone will approach you with this, how do you feel seeing a near future, even maybe sometimes with a non-realistic feel? And let me transfer the question maybe to a more easier one. New ideas and venture capital. What are the critical elements that you need to hear to convince you that this idea, this emerging idea, is good to invest for?
Well, I should take a step back. I mean, we are, as I mentioned, seed stage investors, so we start really back into companies very early. So actually the team is probably the most important part. Having said that, to answer your question, so if you go beyond the team, right? I mean, we are, by virtue of investing in space, we're deep tech investors, right? So, we are very much observant of as all of us are, of the laws of physics. And, so certainly we do our technical due diligence, and whatever is proposed, whether that's some time of, new type of remote sensing sensor, whether it's some type of advanced propulsion, we certainly check, where we think that's possible within the constraints of physics. Let me be clear that I do see it as our job to take technology risk, and we're absolutely happy to do that. And we do that sort of on a daily basis in our investments, but, take risks that we think where we understand the risks. It's like, okay, this may not work because of this and this and this factor. What we shouldn't be doing is sort of like take risks that we are, largely unaware of. So you probably always have the unknowns to some extent in the end. So that's very important, the technical due diligence, making sure, especially when you're investing in space or in a deep tech sector, making sure this actually has a chance of working within the constraints of physics. And then, of course, you come back to sort of other criteria which are applicable across the board of venture capital investing, which is, does that actually create value for somebody? Is somebody going to be willing to pay money for this service or product? And to the extent there are people who are willing to pay money for it, do they add up to a sizable market that we need as venture capitalist investors?
Very good, very good. I think that we're just perfect on time, and now I will give the chance to our audience and bringing some questions from Slido, and we are still running the Slido, so don't forget to even add more questions to our panelists. Now is the time, and I have a perfect question for Kai. The questions from our audience, actually very much supported by others, is how would you promote interdisciplinary cooperation? Seems like most startups are technology focused, lacking business/finance co-founders.
Well, that is the million-dollar question, right? And this is what we have been working on for all the years that we've been organizing the hackathons. Yeah, there's really not like one answer to this. I think everybody's trying to figure out how these, where these people hang out that they want to meet. So, as a community builder, I will definitely say that, the more events that we have and the more kind of, soft landing for people to come and join in. So hackathons is one option, right? But just have this kind of, it was said here before, like real world problems that we all want to solve. And if you maybe noticed, then when the whole world kind of was set a challenge in at the start of 2020, then we didn't know, of course, what to do as well. But we then started a hackathon for COVID-19, and I think that kind of showed us that there's this huge potential in this global kind of hackathon community, and that's at that point it was kind of the term of hacktivists started to fly around a lot, that there are people actually that care about these, big problems, issues, and they want to come together. So I think, yeah, it's not about anymore, about business skill or technical skill. I think it's a lot about, this mission and real world problems that people want to solve. And I think when these issues are there, then people find each other and they will create great companies. But no actual, magical thing that I can give you here. I think it's just a lot of searching, and then hopefully some serendipity, I think we call it, is what we need. It's just right people being in the right place at the right time.
Is it indeed also very much connected what Raphael said, that the diversity of teams and different mindsets are important for the success of new ideas? We have an interesting question. Do any of the panelists have experience with business to government contracts? What is the experience regarding sales cycles, retention, cooperation itself, so forth? I believe that almost all representative of the companies have somehow experience with the government collaboration. I will give the floor first to Jakub. Jakub, you have done the first Slovakian project, satellite project, also together with the government, and you have been collaborating with ESA for some time already. So, what is your experience in a few sentences?
Well, it's not a few second conversation, but to be short, it was very difficult actually, because we get some governmental financing for the project. In that time, we were very young, from 21 to 25 years old or something like that, without any previous experience how to work with the governmental money and such things. And we were also in the press very, very often. Everybody was looking at our hands and into our lab, what we are actually doing. So it was very difficult. And even years after the project ends, let's say, the first satellite, we still have to deliver some papers and some proofs that the services were done, and there were many control mechanisms. and we were a bunch of enthusiasts and non-governmental organization at that time. My company spin-off from the non-governmental organization, so it was very difficult to fulfill all the requirements from the governmental side. So it was very difficult. Yeah. So now I'm better working with commercial customers than the government, but we have some experience, so maybe in the future it will be better. Yeah.
Thank you for summing up this very long story short.
Yeah.
I know it's not easy, and I know that it's also not easy for the government, which is the keeper of a public money, to support emerging domains of activities. We have Juraj, you are just starting your experience with the European Space Agency. Do you already see at the early stages of collaboration with the international governmental organization that's something that really strikes you, that it's this is very complicated, this probably will be a big constraint for our new technology to be applied?
Yeah, indeed, for sure. When you deliver solutions that to the European Space Agency, you are subject to the specific regulations and the requirements on how you develop things. And it is obviously so also for software. I mean, we are developing software, right? And you would expect, right, there are very clear rules on how you develop, I don't know, Orion spaceship or something like that, where humans fly. But you apply this also to software products. And this is something when you work with the team who previously had, I mean, there are very few software developers in Slovakia around who have ever developed something for ESA or according to those so-called ECSS regulations. So the challenge is to be able to kind of set up the team that it's not that it's a bit different than developing a solution for B2C market, right? Where you simply wait for the feedback from the customer. Something does not know, you sit down, you fix it, you upload it, and you try again. Okay, does not work, I fix it again, and so on. Or developing too creatively, right? You are from the beginning restrained by the very strict of requirements where you have all the traceability and everything. So this is the solution for that we actually develop, that we use for ourselves as well, right? The blockchain traceability for our own product. But it is a very good kind of, I would say, school in terms of structured development also for other sectors. In defense, or in aviation, whether civil or military, you are subject to very similar requirements. And those from ESA are among the most stringent ones. So in one way, it is an obstacle. You have to work, especially with the developers. You know, they don't like it too much. They just want to code and do it, and that it looks good. But in this way, I believe we are well ready also for things like working for government, being able to, I don't know, let's say, apply certain standards, even though you don't like them, and so on. So it is a challenge, but at the same time, a lessons learned out of that.
Matusz, you are also experienced entrepreneur with a different type of government organizations, the EU. Can you tell us in a few remarks the things that very strikes you and that actually that supports your idea, your innovation, and maybe the things that maybe were too restrictive in terms of regulations or approaches?
Yeah, in terms of Slovakia, for the Polish, for the question, for the one who proposed the question, I would suggest to look at the Plan for European Cooperating States program from the European Space Agency. And there we have some experience directly from Slovakia, because as I have mentioned, we do monitor landslides, for example, or dams and waterworks. And this couldn't be basically performed without the cooperation with governmental bodies. And since the PACS has been available since 2016, 2017, I believe that is the year when our first PACS project had started. We invited the governmental bodies, basically educate them about the capabilities of our system, of basically INSAR monitoring system, and invite them as early adopters or potential end users. So we try to teach them how to be customers, and they feed us with their requirements for the platform. what the platform should get done, how the alert system is working, how the early warning system is working. So it's doable, basically, to work with governmental bodies. And I would say that also the road to successful contract or business partnership is very difficult, maybe more difficult in Slovakia than in other EU countries. However, the road is there, the program is there, so it could be possibly addressed. And anyhow, every state, I believe, Latvia, Slovenia, having governmental partnerships is difficult to maintain and difficult to execute anyhow. So it's much more a long-term journey. I think we are partly successful on this journey in Slovakia. And yes, I don't have any other remarks that I would maybe need to cover in relation to the poll question.
The part of I add to this question was, does it constrain the innovative ideas?
No, it does not. No, it does not, especially in PACS. I mean, it does constrain that there is a little bit of understanding towards Earth observation products overall in Slovakia. So citizens are not very familiar what the Earth observation is capable of. And on the same hand, they are not very familiar what the CubeSats can do or blockchain can do for them on the ground. And we mostly talk with the engineers, and this cooperation has been years long, like 6-7 years long, before the PACS project had started. And for Slovakia, there's a great opportunity to propose your topics under PACS, which can even be disruptive and innovative. So I wouldn't say it's restricting any kind of innovation. On the opposite, it's supporting innovation. Although, of course, the budget and the cost available under PACS project is not something that maybe the EU companies are used to, especially from the states which are members of European Space Agency. And as Rafael said, in the US there is a much more inclination towards taking more risk and making investments higher. So, and the availability of capital for doing innovative things is less restrictive. At least this is my feeling. And yes, the PACS program is only the beginning, with maybe a lower budgets, with lower availabilities to basically start the innovation process and start the development process.
An excellent answer to the question, because it nicely bridges and connects to my last question, and I will inspire this question also from the audience. And Rafael, I give the floor to this concluding question because it's very interesting. Let me see. What's your expertise with mixed co-investment, or what is the expertise with mixed co-investment? Public and VCs in one round, for example. So, what is the let's say experience? What is the advantage to mix the different resources of investments, and how the VCs is importance, non-importance to mixed investments for innovations?
Well, that's a really interesting question. I didn't see coming. I was just trying to go in my head through our portfolio whether we have any situations where that's the case. I do think we have a number of situations where there have been government grants, so non-dilutive financing, and that's obviously that can be very helpful. And of course, we like the non-dilutive part as equity investors, just to state the blatantly obvious. I think it can certainly be helpful. If I think at the sort of taking a step back in the involvement of governments, I think on balance, we still like probably the type of participation we like most is as an anchor customer, because, it can really help to get a company going and sort of like help a company to sort of, sell a otherwise, commercially not proven product. And then, if they have a government as a lighthouse customer, it can then help them to close further commercial sales. That's probably on balance what the type of participation we like the most. And then there are the other types of participations, of course, is grants or loans or equity. And that can also be helpful. I think, for the most part, feel blessed that we have this presence of the public sector in the space sector. Is obviously not true for many other sectors, right? And it has helped to, backstop companies to some extent also during Corona, that the government type orders and financing have continued. I will always, the only element of caution I sometimes say is to make sure that the role doesn't become overbearing. So, one example would be that, a company that would be completely reliant on one very, very large government contract, then I think you have to take a little bit of caution that that contract doesn't, so to say, become the overbearing element of the company and may even crowd out the time the time the entrepreneur has to think about developing the company beyond the government's involvement. But by and large, government involvement is typically positive. Of course, there are there are regional differences we could talk about for hours, but let's leave it at that.
Thank you, Raphael, for answering the last question of our session on emerging space domains. I would like to thank all panelists and our keynote speaker, Olivier Lemaitre, from the chairman from ESD Eurospace, Kai Isant, the CEO of Event Tornado, Juraj Zamečník, CEO from 3IPK, Matúš Bakoň, CEO Insar Company, Raphael Rudgin, managing partner from E2MC Ventures, and Jakub Kapuš, CEO from Space Manic. And particular thank you is going to our audience. Thank you for staying with us, and stay with us for a little bit longer. Just in a short while, in a few seconds, we are starting our wrap-up session and conclusion of the Emerging Space Conference 2021. Thank you very much again for the panelists and for the audience, and I'm looking forward to seeing you next year. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Mám sa removnúť, hej?
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and thank you for staying with us through the whole conference. We made it to the end, actually, of this year's Emerging Space, of the third edition of Emerging Space. And now I would like to open the last part of today's program, and that is the closing remarks session. So today we really discussed a lot of various topics. We've discussed the characteristics of emerging space countries, the benefits, advantages, and challenges the emerging space countries face, and also the motivation they have to join the global space ecosystem. We discussed the specific of being an SME in the space sector, growing attractiveness of space sector for non-space players, and also challenges that startups face when entering the space sector and trying to succeed. And last but not least, we also tackled such topics as the key future markets emerging thanks to use of space technologies, or vice versa, new technologies finding their use in the space economy. To conclude this interesting and really topically diverse conference, I would like to invite to stage our today's last speakers that will help me to sum up their views on these topics and also to provide us a bit of an insight how their respective organizations tackle these issues and these areas. I would like to welcome to stage Ms. Geraldine Naja, the Director of Commercialization, Industry and Procurement of ESA. Welcome, Geraldine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here.
We cannot hear you now. I think you are.
Can you hear me now?
Hello, can you hear us? Okay, it's good. Sorry for the inconvenience. We can hear you. We can see you. Welcome to stage.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be with you today.
Very happy to have you. And I would like to welcome Ms. Justina Redokiewicz, Head of Space Sector Location-Based Services, Market and Technology of EUSPA. Welcome, Justina.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. So before we jump to the questions we have for you related to our free thematic sessions, I would like to, again, as with the previous panelists we had and the previous speakers, give you the opportunity to talk a bit about yourself, about your work and its connection to the topics of our conference. So please, I will give floor first to you, Geraldine.
Thank you very much. So, okay, my name is Geraldine Naja. I'm the Director for Commercialization, Industry and Procurement at the European Space Agency. Actually, this is a new function which has been recently created because our Director General, Josef Aschbacher, has defined priorities for his mandate as Director General. And the first priority was the good relation between the ESA and the European Union. And the second priority was commercialization. So this is a new feature of ESA, and it is the will for ESA to enter in this new era of space, this new approach also that is usually known as new space. So just a few words maybe about ESA. ESA stands for the European Space Agency. It was created in 1975. Today it has 22 member states. It is not exactly the same member states as the European Union, although we do have agreements with all the member states of the European Union, but we have, for instance, the UK, Switzerland, and Norway, which are not members of the EU, and a number of the EU member states are not yet full members of ESA. We manage a budget of about 6.5 billion euro. We have some 5,000 people working for us. We are on 8 different locations in Europe. And basically, we are a space agency, meaning we are active in all areas of space, from science to technology, from launchers to applications, manned space, astronauts, space station, operations, all sectors of space. What I can tell you as well is that even if we are not an institution of the European Union, we have a very close relationship with the EU, in particular on two flagship programs, namely Galileo and Copernicus. And I think Justina knows a lot already about these programs. USPA is also very active on these programs as well. And we also work actively with the national space agencies of Europe. Finally, I would like to say we have two types of programs at ESA. We have the mandatory programs, mostly science and technology, where all member states are obliged to contribute pro rata their GNP. And then we have the big majority of our programs are optional, which means that member states can choose to contribute, to participate or not, and they can choose the level of their participation. Finally, I would like to say that over the last, let's say, 5 to 7 years, we have been opening a lot our membership. When I joined ESA, we were 12 member states. Today, we are 22 member states. And we can expect certainly a number of new member states, including the Slovak Republic, of course, in the next years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Geraldine. Justina, also, I would like to ask you to tell a bit more about yourself and about your work at USPA.
Thank you, Michal. And it's my pleasure to be here together with Geraldine. So my name is Justina Radełkiewicz. I work in market development of USPA as the head of section location-based services, market and technology. And I would like to explain maybe a little bit about USPA because we are a new player and an old player at the same time. So our agency, the European Union Agency of Space Programs, has been set up just this year in May with the publication of the new space regulation that defined our new role and new mandate for the coming years. And however, at the same time, we have been working already for more than 10 years, operating as GSA, the European GNSS agency, and focusing on Galileo and EGNOS. So over the last 10 years, we have been working to implement the Galileo and EGNOS technologies in different commercial applications, in different verticals. And I must say a huge progress has been done. Today, we have more than 2 billion users of Galileo, and it's really difficult even to find a receiver on the market that would not use these signals. So this progress has been recognized, and the European Commission, the European Union, extended our mandate and created or transformed our agency into USPA, that is now also dealing with other space programs, so Copernicus, GovSatcom, and SSA. Astronauts, unfortunately, we don't have, so for this, ESA is the right place. But for what concerns the applications, commercial applications of space, we are working heavily to support the market uptake.
Thank you very much, Justina. And now I would like to jump to the questions to our closing remark speakers. And as mentioned in the beginning of this session, the questions are basically following the course of today's event. So I would start with the first session we had, which was focused on the emerging spacefaring countries. Geraldine, you already opened up a bit this topic by mentioning the ESA enlargement process. I would like to follow up exactly on this and ask you about the current trends in the past year, maybe in more detail, and the current situation with the ESA enlargement process. And yeah, I'm happy that you mentioned particularly Slovakia here as well.
Yes, with pleasure. First of all, if you allow me, I would like to say that the enlargement of the access to space is not only at ESA, and we now, I think, have some 85 countries worldwide which are active in space, which is a huge number compared to the US, USSR, two states at the beginning of the space era. So it's very good news for space that so many countries now are engaging into space. But for what concerns ESA, as I mentioned, when I joined ESA, it was only 12 member states. Rapidly, we grew to 15, 18. In the last 5-6 years, we have had the pleasure to welcome among us Poland, Hungary, the Czech Republic. We have also welcomed Estonia, and we have now a process for acceding to, let's say, the status of full member state, which starts with cooperation agreements, and this is currently the case for Slovakia. We have also we have also Cyprus and Bulgaria. Then there is a status of associate member, which is very close to that of full member. It's, if you wish, it's a little step before the full membership. And we have currently 3 associate members at ESA, which are Slovenia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And the next one will be Slovakia, and we are very much looking forward to it. I can say it quite officially now because we had the discussions recently in our industrial policy committee, and we are now allowed to fully and formally negotiate with Slovakia the associate membership agreement. So our goal is that this agreement be finalized very early next year so that we could have a decision on this in our council in March. So it means if all goes well, then afterwards the agreement needs to be signed, obviously by Slovakia, needs to be ratified by Slovakia, and then we can expect the agreement to enter into force in the summer of 2022. So we are very eager, shall I say, to welcome Slovakia. I would like to add all the more as we are currently already working with Slovakia and the Slovak Space Office. As I said, we have a European cooperating state status with Slovakia, meaning we already work on the, let's say, integration of Slovakia into ESA. We have a number of research fellows, young graduate trainees from Slovakia already in ESA. And we have already seen a number of very successful companies from Slovakia. I can quote CTRL, Astros Solutions, INSAR, Nidronix, which are already active into space. So we are very, let's say, confident on the fact that Slovakia, also with the strong participation of the Slovak Space Office, will be a very successful associate member at ESA.
Thank you, Geraldine, for these kind words. We are really excited about this news, and we are looking forward to the process of preparation of our associate membership. And basically, that will be just a start of the next step of our collaboration. So that's what we are mostly looking forward to. So thank you. Justina, very similar question to you. Again, regarding the emerging spacefaring countries, a bit from a different angle. What is the USPA's approach to interconnecting the traditional and emerging spacefaring countries within the European space ecosystem?
Okay, so thank you, Michal, for this question. So indeed, in our case, there is no need to become associated country. We, by definition, work across the whole European Union, and the supporting countries like Norway, Switzerland, and Iceland. And in fact, we already collaborate with some Slovakian companies, for example, under our funding program Horizon Europe. However, still there is some work to be done. I believe that there is more potential in those countries to increase the participation and the presence. And by definition, Horizon Europe is requiring always the participation of 3 entities from 3 countries. So I think that there is a lot of effort made to connect in all the different info days, innovation days that USPA is organizing, but also European Commission, to try to connect entities from different countries and support collaboration between them. I would like to say also that in my team there is a Slovak team member, so if there is even some, let's say, more customized approach needed, we are ready for Slovakia. Okay, this is maybe an anecdote, not so relevant, but I wanted to mention. But also in the Cassini initiative, that is the new big startup program of the European Commission, which also USPA is implementing the actions. We are also very inclusive. So in the case of Cassini hackathons, we always select 10 local organizers. So there is by definition also the rotation of countries that are in focus for a given edition. And I'm happy that Slovakia already hosted one of the hackathons in Cassini. Also in Cassini matchmaking, we are now, we kicked off this activity today. There will be a lot of support for companies to connect with investors and to connect with corporate clients. And also there we make the effort to have the representatives in all the different regions of Europe. Also we are trying to support the member states directly, because in our administrative board of USPA, we have the representatives of all the member states of the European Union, and we are trying to support them in their national strategies, for example, to make available our market data or help them in some impact assessment calculations on how they can make a better return on investment on space technologies.
Thank you very much. We are excited about the new Cassini initiative in general, and we're happy that we already had the chance to take part in it. So we really view this as important new tool to support the creation of the startup ecosystem and new ventures ecosystem. So that's really also good news that it's ramping up and adding some new tools as the matchmaking. So it's a great news for the companies. Thank you very much. We can move to the second session we held today, and that was one that tackled the topic of emerging space players. I would like to ask Geraldine about the ESA's approach to attract startups and private investment to the sector. What is your take, or maybe even your opinion about the enlarging number of players, and especially smaller ones in the sector lately?
Well, I think actually it is a bit like the enlargement of actors, public actors and states. I think it's a great opportunity for space. I think it's a great opportunity for more investment and more dynamism, more innovation brought to space overall. So I think it's very important that Europe really has a new space movement of its own. We always talk about new space in the US. I think it is time to see a European new space as well. And for that, at ESA, but I would say I know also in the EU and in the countries, for instance, I know that Slovakia has set up a Slovak space incubator, which is a very good way forward. We invest in three things, I would say. We invest in talent. We need to have capital investment, and we have to have speed in our approach to space. So investing in talent means for us investing indeed in innovation, in brains. And we have a number of business incubation centers across Europe. We also invest in open innovation. And the purpose, obviously, of the new commercialization department is to further increase this investment in innovation. We also have a PhiLab set up in our Italian center on innovation with commercial potential. So I believe also the Cassini initiative will be a very important component of this overall investment in innovation and talent. Second thing, access to capital. Yes, there is a problem for our European startups to access to capital. We do get a lot of seed funding. This is easy. Well, easy. This can be found in Europe. But when you go to the next steps of access to capital, it becomes more difficult. So we need to have also a network of accelerators across Europe to go to the next steps of and the next rounds of funding. And for that, we would like also to set up partnerships with VC and investment funds, and we shall work on that. And finally, within ESA, we also need to adapt our processes. We need to be more responsive, more dynamic in our own processes, in the way we place contracts, in the way we work with industries, because new space is also a different way of working with industry. So these are the 3 lines of action that we want to take.
Thank you, Raj. That was very, very exact and comprehensive. Thank you for that. Justina, also a similar question. So what is the EU's approach to attracting startups and private investment to the sector, and also connecting with the end users? That's the point that you already tackled. So I'm just following up on that a little bit.
Okay, thank you, Miha. So our solution to that is to adopt the so-called by-market segment approach. So we actually try to address these different application areas where space technologies could add value, and we try to speak a bit the language of the user. So when we go to the maritime sector, we don't promote, let's say, ourselves as space, but we say, okay, we have this data that you can use in your solutions. And this by-market segment approach is reflected in all the actions. So in the past, we have been organizing different competitions for startups, My Galileo app, My Galileo solution, now moving to also Copernicus, My EU Space, that actually deadline for application is on Friday, so there is still chance to onboard. And there, when we define the thematic areas, again, it is by market segment approach. So we say, okay, propose as a solution, for mapping my world, or for farming using satellite and so on. So we define these challenges in a way that is understandable for these different application area players to know where they can start from. And with Cassini also, we will attract more and more these entities from outside of the space bubble, as we say. We are preparing now with the European Commission a new activity within Cassini, that is the Cassini Business Accelerators, where we will be working with accelerators from around Europe, but not with the space-focused ones, but with accelerators working today on biotech, fintech, insurtech, health tech, and addressing the topic of space within their current activities. Also, we are trying to increase overall the awareness of the fact that space is part of our daily life and is used in so many different application areas. We are now launching also a project with the European Business Network, where we will have a series of webinars explaining to their members from different areas, maritime, agriculture, connectivity, and so on, what can space do for them. And last but not least, for what concerns the investors, so priority for us is to not only engage with the investors and somehow connect them with the startups, but also train them on what space means, because we see that still, even if we launch, for example, a call for interest for venture capitals to see which venture capital companies are interested in space. And we have more than 20 venture capital companies listed in our database that are interested in space. But when we started talking to them more in detail, there is still not enough know-how on what space really means, how to effectively estimate the risk for investment in the space. So we would like to engage also within Cassini Matchmaking to train the different investors on what is the potential of space market, how to calculate the future revenues, how to evaluate business plans linked to space applications, and this is a priority for us. And we also established a working group with European Investment Bank that is focusing on space. So we believe that we try to address also these different stages of funding and provide the know-how that was generated over the last years. Thank you.
Thank you, Justina. This was actually one of the really hot topics that were discussed during the second session, and I mean by this the connection between the space and non-space actors, and introducing the importance and benefits of space, and bridging the gap between these sectors in order to create this sort of synergies and connect the space with non-space verticals. So this is definitely a very important area for the, I would say, in general, future European space ecosystem growth. So that's great. These are being tackled in basically both cases of our institutional guest disclosing remarks session. And the last pair of question, basically, it's one question for both of you, a sort of a visionary one because it's connected to our pardon me, our third session, which was focused on the emerging space domains. So here we can be a bit creative with the discussion. What do you think, in your view, are the key important emerging domains or markets that are within the space ecosystem or will be in the space ecosystem that will or might at least significantly grow in value in the upcoming, let's say, 10 to 15 years? Geraldine, you may try to start with this uneasy question.
No, it's actually a very nice question, because the next 10 to 15 years we can have imagination indeed. So I think, first of all, the contribution of space to life on Earth. That is a clear emerging domain. I think we will see the use of extraterrestrial resources, perhaps space for energy, because we know that in the next decades these problems will be ever more complex and challenging. I think also domains such as cloud computing in space can be also a future domain. And finally, a domain which will be crucial also for space itself is our ability to ensure a sustainable space environment. So, for instance, you have seen in the last days, we have seen a Russian test for destruction of a satellite in orbit. This has created, of course, a number of debris that will stay with us for a couple of years. If we want to have a sustainable environment, we must find a way, first of all, not to create new debris, but also to clean this space environment. So I think this will be a very important part of the future of space, that we can indeed find ways to effectively offer such a clean environment for space.
Thank you very much, Geraldine. I think that this is really very good summary, and well, looking forward to tackling these challenges and questions in the upcoming 10 to 15 years. I think it's a very realistic prognosis. Thank you for that. Justina, the very same question to you. So how do you see it in 10 to 15 years with the newly emerging or growing significantly markets and areas of space?
Thank you, Michal. I think that Geraldine already mentioned important areas more linked to upstream space. I will complement from the downstream side. So what we can expect in using space technologies on Earth. So for what concerns navigation, I would maybe mention two areas. First is the automation, like autonomous cars, autonomous vessels, and drones, where the precise navigation really is needed and makes a difference. And we see this to develop maybe 10 years is even long term, but it could be even faster. The second area is Internet of Things, because we will have many billions of things connected, and there it is important the part of contextualization. So if we have our assets connected, we want to know where they are and what is the environment around them. For both Earth observation and GNSS, there are also two other interesting areas. One is the area of sustainability and environment. Geraldine mentioned for the space for the orbits and so on, but also it's important to see how this emerging sustainability area can really become a business opportunity, because today still it is mostly funded by the governments, and the customers are also governments, but we are observing that many more companies start to hire the sustainability managers and try to see how to actually create commercial opportunities around sustainability and environmental protection. And so we observe this area also as an important market for geospatial data. And another one is healthcare and well-being, because first of all, COVID made us much more aware on the importance of health and its impact on economy. But also we have an aging population in Europe, so we can observe more and more solutions being developed using both GNSS, but also in the future health observation, and this is a growing market for us. And last but not least, I would like to finish with my favorite area. It's my personal favorite, which is quantum. And we can see a lot of synergies already between quantum and space. And we actually included in our current competition for startups the area Dive in Quantum. We are looking forward on Friday to see how many applications there will be. But indeed, many synergies for quantum simulation, quantum computing, quantum encryption. Space is the best environment to test and to deploy these technologies. So I'm really looking forward to see these developments.
Thank you, Justina, also. And again, I can only say that I'm looking forward to further seeing how these areas will develop in the upcoming years. It's exciting to think about it and to support our companies and researchers in doing so, in developing their new ideas and new solutions for these areas. I see that our time is actually up, and it has been a great discussion with you. I'm really, really thankful that you joined us today, and that we had the opportunity to have such a great concluding remarks speakers at this session. So thank you, Geraldine, and thank you, Justina.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michel. It was
Thank
very
you.
nice to be with you.
Have a nice rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And well, that's basically it. This is really the conclusion of our today's event. I see that our time says it has been already 7 hours from the start of the first session. So thank you very much for being with us the whole time. And we are really happy that the emerging topics, the emerging space topics attracted this amount of attention. And we will be happy to see you all at the 4th Emerging Space next year, hopefully here in Slovakia in person. Thank you very much for joining us. And also one last final reminder for our Slovak viewers and Slovak participants. Don't forget that we still have several side events for you prepared, starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. and continuing through this week. So once again, thank you all for being with us, and have a great rest of the day.